Well, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello everyone and welcome back to the fun and games of the EFRA 1/10 four-wheel drive off-road buggy Euros. Hey Matt.
Good morning, Matt with 1T. How
are you good, 2T?
Are you?
Oh, I'm great. I'm looking forward to a fabulous day.
I was waiting for the advert to come in after the intro. That's why I didn't say anything. I was going, got something else is meant to happen. No, that's okay. Welcome, welcome everybody to the final day of the EFRA 1/10 Buggy Euros for 2023. We're in the four-wheel drive portion of the event. We're RC Racing TV, brought to you by Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rodog.eu and S-Works. I'm Matt Guppy, your host for the day, and of course on the rest of the week there's been so far. We've got Wonder Jim up on the camera over there. We've got Matt with 1T, Mr. Matt McCallum, back in the UK doing our awesome technical, wonderful wizardriness and all kinds of magic that he's creating today. And I think James Parry's floating around somewhere. I'm not too sure where he is, but I'm sure he's somewhere. How are you all doing today? Come and talk to us on the feed. We're here. We're waiting for you. But what have we got going on this morning, Matt?
Well, this is practice, isn't it? It's not particularly exciting. It's just some practice to get everyone bedded in. And then qualifying up about 10:15 local. Qualifying round 4.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Sounds like after being all round the houses, backwards and forwards, maybe we'll have an extra round yesterday, maybe we won't. Then there's rain, then we had drying the track, and then we got wetter. It seems like we're back to kind of plan A, what finals day was meant to be, with 2 rounds of qualifying in the finals.
That is exactly right. That's exactly what's happened. We're going to have some finals later on, of course. We've got the A final practice round at about 20 past 2. Is that 20 past 2 UK time or Central European time?
That would be CET, so 20 past 1.
20 past 1 in the UK. So, and then at 20 past 2, we've got the first of the actual proper A finals, and then we'll go through to the KJ and all the way through. 20 past 3, 20 past 4 if you're over here is A2, and then 20 past 4, or 20 past 5 if you're over here, is A final number 3, and the end to an awesome week of racing. How have you found it, Matt?
What have I found? I found it amazing. I found it lovely. Lovely.
I've been great. Thrilled to watch it. The competitors have had, and hand on heart, they have had the hardest time racing around this track. It's been really, really tough for them in all classes, all heats, all levels. Have found this a really tough event, but my God, what a Euros it's been, eh?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we've got nothing really of note on track until 10:15. So shall we go to some pre-recorded interviews and meet some of the great and the good from the event?
The good, the bad, and the greater.
Exactly. Yeah. Good, the bad, and the better.
Go on, then. Let's do it.
Cool. Okay, let's do that.
Okay, hi, welcome back. We're here at the Rayco 2000 facility for the EFRA European 1/10 Off-Road Championships for 2023. I'm here with Bruno Quao. How you doing, Bruno?
Yeah, all good.
Happy?
So.
Yeah, I think that's the same for a lot of people. How was the two-wheel drive for you? Successful, would you say, or?
Yeah, it was pretty difficult. I would say that I'm not really into this track. It's not my kind of track and the kind of driving style that normally I used to drive. So I need to change it a lot, which is a kind of a struggle for me. The track is pretty difficult. We worked on the car a lot to make it better and better, but we were not able to make a very good setup. So the result, I finished 8th, which was good comparing to the first qualifiers. We were able to recover and finish an A main and an 8th. Yeah. But a little bit disappointed because of the difference between warm-up and the Euros, because at the warm-up, I won the warm-up and the car felt pretty good. Also, they changed a lot the track comparing to the warm-up to what is now. Is much shorter now, much tighter, comparing to what it was in warm-up. We were not able to find it.
No, it's understandable. I think a lot of people really struggled, and like I've said in a couple of the other interviews, I think it came down to luck as much as it did skill, really, especially in the finals.
Yeah, it's a strange track, as I said, because it has a lot of bumps, you know, but normally you can recognize them and you can avoid them. But it's weird because sometimes looks like you hit the bumps, and sometimes not, you know. And it's weird because you cannot really learn a kind of line, let's say. So, and sometimes you have a lucky setup, let's say, that can avoid it for you. You know, the car is just able to avoid it for you. Yeah, because I was like watching like Jorn driving. He was driving super well, you know. Yeah. But you could actually see that his car was like reading all the ground and everything around. Like he was forcing so much, and the car was like nothing happening. You know, like his car was pretty good. It was a pity that he didn't win because he really deserved it after all the qualifiers and everything. But you know, that's racing. You know, everything can happen. But yeah, we were all struggling a little bit with the track, and we still do it with four drive. Nothing changed.
Good. And are you prepared for the change in weather? Have you got a setup that you can stick on the car if the rain comes tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I would say yes, because we were here in the warm-up and it was raining as well, so we had another car, we made the setup. But the track changed so much that our dry car is completely different than it was in the warm-up, because the track also changed a lot. So I would say yes, we have a ready car, but I'm not sure if the setup is correct for the conditions.
Yeah, I got you. What do you think of the wall ride?
It's okay. It's nice to watch, but I mean, I think it doesn't really bring anything.
So you don't think it adds to the actual like the racing for you guys?
I don't know. I think it brings something spectacular. You know, like you can see the car there. But for us as drivers, I don't think. I would prefer the double in the middle that we had at the warm up. Okay. That they didn't put it yet this time, than the wall.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, the rhythm sections, the doubles and the single double, the first set of jumps that we come across, that's really where we're seeing a lot of mistakes happen. Are you finding those a bit easier in the four-wheel drive now we've switched over, or is it just about the same?
Yeah, it's for sure easier in four-wheel drive because you can actually jump longer, let's say, and then still make the other double. Because the problem in two drive is you need to be very on the limit, like very short on the first double, so then you can make the second double. Yeah, of course. With four drive, you can actually like jump it a little bit longer and then still do the double. So it's easier for sure, but the problem is the double is on the corner. So you need to steer and at the same time make the double, which is very difficult.
Yeah, it is. I've seen a lot of people in the two-wheel drive when they were overshooting the first double. They landed on the flat and the car's just totally unsettled. And it doesn't seem like the four-wheel drives are doing that as much. Is it? Do you think that's just because they've got the drive on all four wheels and they're being pulled through it, or what's the kind of difference?
Yeah, because on four drive you can actually hit the throttle harder when you land, so you avoid that bouncing, let's say. And two-wheel drive you cannot. You need to wait a little bit because it's only two-wheel drive. So if you do it, you might go to left or right, which you don't want. Yeah. So you kind of need to wait a little bit before you kind of punch it, let's say.
I got you. And what's the kind of plan for you guys then on the team? Because there was for everybody in the event, there was some mixed results yesterday, and I'm guessing you guys are going to be putting extra effort in today to try and make sure you've got as many X-rays in that A final as you possibly can. So what's the kind of attitude in the pits today? Has the morale been picked up a little bit? Are you guys all sort of prepped, and have you got any sort of forward plan to make sure that everyone's having success?
Yeah, that plan started actually already in tool drive, because we knew that it was something on the car that we need to work around to make it easier and to avoid the mistakes. Because if you read the lap times, at the 5 minutes we were okay, but our problems were all the time some mistakes that came from the track conditions. So we tried as much as possible to find what was that small detail that we could find on suspension, on the flex, on whatever, to try now to pass it for four-wheel drive. You know, so we actually started already in two drive to try to find the problem, so we can do it on four drive. And I think we started already very well, much better than two drive, let's say. But we still need to work a lot and try to make a car easy to drive in 5 minutes, because everyone is doing a lot of mistakes. Yeah. So we just try to make easier car.
Good stuff. Bruno, always a pleasure to catch up with you. Before I let you go, apart from yourself, who's your hot tip for the win?
I think on this track, no mistakes. Driving smooth and easy, and try to avoid the mistakes.
And who's doing that the best?
I think Orlowski is pretty confident, especially in in four-wheel drive. I mean, I was really surprised about Jorn in two-wheel drive because I think everyone was because he was not here in warm-up, and I think that's why. And Orlowski was here in warm-up and he was super strong. Also four-wheel drive, he was super strong. So I was like going for Orlowski, but then I was surprised with Jorn, which I was also happy. But I think Orlowski is pretty confident, and his four-wheel drive looks very good.
Yeah. Nice to see you on back up there, though, fighting with everyone, right? It's been a long time.
Sure, yeah.
So last couple of corners, Tommy Hall comes through. Down the straight goes, European champion for 2022. What a race, what a championship.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Flicks it up nicely through the step up into the switchbacks, and your European four-wheel drive champion Marcus Carup takes it across the line.
Good, making my dad proud means a lot to me, so it's good to win.
Okay, hi there everyone. We are here at the Rayco 2000 facility for the EFRA 2023 1/10th Off-Road Euros, and I'm here with Michal Orlowski. How are you doing?
I'm alright, thank you.
Happy with the event so far?
Well, tour drive was exciting, was very difficult 3 days, lots of hard work put into the event, and losing it in such a stupid way, it's a shame, but that's how racing is. And I'm happy because I was there fighting for the win until the very end, and we really worked hard for it and deserved to be out there. Yeah. And it being so close, it's gutting, but that's how racing is. And this is, I think, my 5th podium in the last 7 or 6 Euros in two-wheel drive. So I've always been there, but didn't get the title so far. So I hope one day it will come my way.
You must be asking yourself what else you've got to do, because you certainly are putting the track time in, and the prep time and everything like that. So you must be sort of questioning, how else can I get one of these titles under my belt?
Yeah, probably right after the run yesterday, that was my thoughts. But I know how racing goes. I've been racing for a long time, and I've been on a really good streak last few months, I would say, or maybe even last 2 years since we started racing after COVID, and I've been going really strong in so many different classes. So it's just one of the races that didn't go our way, but we're still, second on the podium, which is awesome. And Marcus is very fast. And then Jorn was extremely fast also, and then he finished third behind me. So I'm really gutted not to win, but it's just extra motivation for this week, for forward drive, and for future events.
Well, I mean, I think the positive you've got to take is that you finished ahead of the guy that TQ'd every single round of qualifying. So, you've got to take some sort of consolation from that, I guess. Carup, of course, was very quick, but I think on the track out there yesterday, luck played just as much of a part in those finals as skill.
Yeah, the track is very tricky, and the finals were also very difficult, and being tied on points in Marcus, it always comes to that tie break and that small mistake at the very end. And then Jorn, he has been amazing this week. I haven't seen him drive so well in a long time, so it's awesome to see, because we've been teammates not so long ago at Schumacher, and I always enjoy working with him, and we're good friends, so it's nice to see him on top fighting with us, and I miss that. I miss racing with him, so it looks like he's also quick in four-wheel, so I'm looking forward to the rest of four drive racing with him. And then I've been racing Marcus for whenever he's started to be out there in the front. So it will be exciting forward drive and in two drive. Jorn was very, very fast, and he also deserved the win, definitely. And then he won A1 as well. I put him under a lot of pressure, but he held on. And then I think the one mistake he did in A2 when I got by, and then after that everything kind of dropped and didn't go his way. But he also is very experienced, and just like me, he knows how those things go. And that's just another race. And now he's, I'm sure, even more motivated to win forward drive on Saturday.
Yeah, you can't carry it with you. You know, you got to let it go and then move on to the next race. Take it as the experience and learn from it.
A shop with the stuff I am using currently, but then we're gonna be expanding that, and my dad has been helping me with that a lot. So it's kind of his duty now. I would say I'm the face of it and trying to help where I can, but my main focus is still racing, and that's what I'm doing. And he's taking care of that, and I'm really happy to have something of my own, and it's really cool to see people wearing my shirts and then getting the orders here, bringing the orders here. So it's really cool. I wanted to have a business of my own in the industry, just to support people. And loads of guys in Poland wanted some stuffs, and then have been asking me if I can sort out for them. And then I thought, okay, let's do something about it. And I've asked my dad for the help, because racing is my main focus. So yeah, I'm really excited about it, and we'll see how it goes. I'm not putting a lot of pressure on myself or my dad for the business to go well. Just something I wanted to do to help people, have some customers, and help people around, and seeing the T-shirts, seeing my logo on people's cars. It's really cool. I like it.
Nice. Well, it looks like it's popular, so I've got a lot of confidence in it for you. It looks good.
Yeah, thank you.
Good stuff. Where is Dad anyway? I haven't seen him this week.
He's at home watching the live stream all the time, messaging me all the time how it goes. We had a good chat yesterday on the phone after what happened in Tour Drive, so it's nice to have him support me from home.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm sure he wishes he was here, but he has helped me a lot in the background coming to this event. So I'm really grateful for that, and I hope he's enjoying watching from home.
One last thing before we let you go. Who is your favourite for the event, for the four-wheel drive?
Apart from me, or?
Apart from you.
Apart from me?
You can't pick yourself. Bruno's looking fast out there.
Jorn.
Oh, Jorn. There you go. You heard it from Michael himself. Jorn's the pick for the moment, ex-teammate, but he's still got his back. We'll leave it there, Michael. Thank you so much for your time. We always love catching up with you. Come and see us on the live feed tomorrow, and we'll have a few minutes on there as well.
Thank you very much.
There you go, Michael Orlowski, hoping for a win in the four-wheel drive, but we'll see.
Few little blasts for you. We've got a few other ones of those that we did during the off day, if you like. So there's a few more interviews to come. Obviously, we've got the pit walk to do later. But up right now, is heat number 9. We're just waiting for these guys to be given the all clear to go off. I think it's going to be Lee Martin taking us off from this one. So I don't know if you can follow that one off, Wonder Jim. Oh, not too sure if we... there he is. I've just seen him pop up from his cave, from his nest. So off with car 2 of Lee Martin, if we can, please. There we go. So, got here this morning. Track was a bit wet, to be fair. You probably see, if you follow me on Instagram, and you can probably see some of the pictures that I put up there of the footprints, and writing my name and stuff like that in it.
But it was pretty wet. We have had some rain overnight, and it's almost back to a dry track already, would you believe? So they ran around a practice this morning, which was just open practice, so it was done on the stopwatch rather, and the guys are getting called out rather than on the timing system. And it seems to have really worked, like, very, very well, actually. We're already seeing sort of low 10 lappers coming in from the heat before this, which just was on just during that video, so that was heat 8. Matt Peters put in a 10 in a 5:03. That's the first heat of this round that's gone out. This was heat 8 this morning. So yeah, a few more heats. I'm not too sure we're going to see anybody out qualify the top heat when we switch back onto the lower down heats, if you like. But you never know. You never know how these things are going to change. We could have a downpour any minute. There's rain threatening all the time here. Okay, so we've done a few laps with Lee there. Looks like he's not having the best of times. 36s. 36 in the last round of 29, so there's sub 30 laps out there for sure. These guys are doing 27s on a really hot lap, though. Let's see if we can find car 6 of Ben Smith. Let's see where he is in relation to Lee. Should be just ahead of Lee on the track, actually. Not too far ahead. I think that is Ben there. I think that's Ben. Anyway, we'll double check. It should be car number 6. Okay. So Ben currently leading this one round. Let's see what Ben's lap times are. So 29.2. That was actually his fastest lap, was the last one that he's just done. So Ben not wanting to make any mistakes here. He's not going to want to get caught up with anyone. He knows when to push and when to leave a little bit of space. Lovely line round the wall of death there. He makes the doubles. I'm surprised he's not been called through yet. He's obviously been on the back of this one for a while. Just catches the corner on the main straight. Call it a main straight. I should say the first little straight, really. Not the hop up, okay. Oh, there you go. Crashes out the way. Now you should see Ben start to open up a little bit. You see on that last lap where he's following that other car, he's done a 31. So literally 2 seconds off of his quickest lap just from being stuck behind somebody there for a bit. You can see the gap already between Ben and the car behind. So Lee Martin's managed to find himself back up into the 2 spot. But Ben looking really good out there. Really, really good. Predicted 11 in a 5:27. So the only one in this heat on for an 11 right now. So we're going to stick with Ben for a minute. Just see if he can make this one pay off for himself. If he can get this 11, and 11 we know is a really, really hot ticket in this event right now. So, single doubles. And we did see this morning when it was a bit wetter, the double single coming into effect quite a lot. It seems to be the way on this track that if it's wetter, you do the double first and single out. Not sure what the reasoning is on that, but that's what the guys were doing this morning. They seem to have reverted back now it's got a bit drier. Okay, so there you go. Last lap round, 29.8. So you can see, really, really did hamper Ben. 29 dead for Ben that time round. You can see that extra 2 seconds was purely from following the other car round. And this is why it's really important to have somebody out there shouting these cars through. Everyone works together that little bit better. And the guys here at the club doing a great job of making sure everybody knows pretty much where they are on track. So Ben round for another one. Lee Martin's putting in some good runs this time. He is a way off of Ben though. Lee Martin only looking at, he's got a short 10, so 10 in a 5:02's Lee Martin's predicted. Holdsworth, 10 in a 5:05. Well, 10 in a 5:02 predicted, so, blimey. That's Luke Holdsworth, by the way, predicted an hour 10 in a 5:01. Lee Martin, 10 in a 5:02. And still Ben Smith, 11 in a 5:24. He's got a little bit of leeway to work with here. He's got a little bit of space in front of him to the next lot of little group of cars there. nicely past the cone of justice. Smashes it into the wall of death. Powers down. Quick little touch of the brakes. Corrects himself before the double doubles. Okay, so he's going to get past that crash car. Lovely. So, Ben finishes 11 in a 5:25. The first 11 number. Oh, look at that. Luke Holdsworth 10 in a 5 dead. Lee Martin 10.504. Hubert Honegal 10.505. 10.511 for Florent Gallett. 10.517 for Sam Powells. 5.17 for Josh Holdsworth. Jamil Gabrielson 5.18. Tingy Bell 5.21 and Elias Johansson a 5.31. All on 10 laps except for Ben Smith. Awesome run for Ben. So Ben was 11 in a 5.25. Let's write that down. 11 in a 5.25. There we go. We'll see how that compares to the next couple of heats. So currently TQing this round would be Ben Smith. Let's see how long that lasts. Well, mind you, yesterday, with all the madness that went on with rain rounds and rounds we weren't sure were finished and had they finished, what was it, who's where, and mad. Do you know what happened then? Silver Gallo Silva TQ'd from Heat 3.
Boy, what?
TQ'd the round in Heat 2 in round 2, sorry. TQ'd round 2 of qualifying. Heat 3, or is he Heat 4? Let me just double check on my list a minute whether he's Heat 3 or Heat 4. Heat 4, sorry. Sylvain Gallo Silva from France. Yeah, took that one. That is a 1 for Sylvain. I would imagine he'll be pretty pleased with that. Up on the rostrum right now, we have Heat number 10. Some names in this one you guys are going to recognise. We've got Wesley van Helmond in the 1 from the Netherlands, Clement Boda in the 2 from France, Davide Ongaro from Italy in the 3, Tommy and Jamie Hall in the 4 and 5 cars respectively, both from the UK. I was going to say from the Great Britain. You've got the 2 Finnish drivers next. Una Hacknell in the 6 and Pekka Laitinen in the 7. Swedish driver Alexander Landon in the 8 car. And then we've got Neil Cragg in the 9 from the UK. And from Denmark, it is Jesper Rasmussen in the 10. Sure, what's happening here?
It was looking so good, wasn't it?
It was looking so promising.
And now we've got the wrong heat timing.
There we go. Everything's going well.
Spoke too soon.
Hold on a minute.
The cool thing is, everybody watching along from home, commenting, and it's great to have you with us on the stream. Neil Parrott saying, come on the Brits. Stephanie Bechu saying, go Clem. Come on Landon, let's go, says X-Tech 101. Mario Vleltius says, under the wall ride is a safety net if you fall. David Cusinella is asking for car 2. I think that's Clement Boda, isn't it? So come on Wesley from Mario Vleltius. Renault Savoia is watching. Hey Renault, that wall ride. To which X-Tech 101 says, the wall ride needs some balls. There you go. That's why it's got a net.
It needs some? What, to like grow a pair?
I think you need some balls to attack it, maybe, is the is the suggestion.
I thought you just meant that the wall ride needed some balls. Oh. Harsh for an inanimate object.
And now,
that damn broom, you need some balls.
Well, it's. I think it's referring to an ongoing beef is a bit too strong a word between JQ and Renault Savoia over ball diffs. But anyway,
who doesn't have beef with JQ? I mean, don't get me wrong, JQ is a lovely guy to talk to.
absolutely lovely guy to talk to. I've had a couple of really, really good interviews with JQ that have been thoroughly enjoyable. Loads of really, really good and useful information from him. But he does like a keyboard, that's for sure.
He does. He does.
Like
But
keyboard, bless him.
But more and more, I think it's not about JQ anymore. It's about invisible speed, and invisible speed. It cannot be denied. That is changing the way people learn about RC, and I think it is a fantastic initiative that he started. And Invisible Speed, we're very happy to have them sponsoring our coverage of the Nitro Buggy Euros in September, end of August. So yeah. Invisible Speed, you've got to go and check out invisiblespeed.net to learn more about RC and how to improve your racing. I don't know if they do a course on... Well, no, I won't say that, actually. Because the timing issue is no one's fault. So, anyway.
Except for the Gremlins, of course.
The Gremlins,
that
yes,
we had
exactly.
Here last night and fed after midnight. For those 1980s kids out there.
Damn it.
I'm pretty sure Jim got one of them wet.
That'd be it.
Can't get
hard
them
to
wet.
keep them dry in this climate.
What are the rules? You can't get them wet, you can't feed them after midnight, and
Don't take a photo of them.
no bright
That's it.
lights.
Bright, yeah, camera flash.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Where were you in the 80s?
I was right here. Right here. Alex C looking for... Oh, are we up now? Are we on?
We're going. They're there. They're
Oh,
on the
okay,
line.
cool. More comments in a bit then.
Stopwatches on the go. Bits of paper ready to be marked for each lap that's done. I joke, of course. I joke. Okay, we've had a request for Clement Boda. So Clement Boda's probably going to go off second on this one. He is car 2. He's that sort of green one with the green. There you go. He's on it. I think he's going to go off second. So it'd be Davide Ongaro in 3, then Boda in the 2. So that's Ongaro. And that's the one we want, Clement Boda. Clement Boda is in the hotel room next to mine with his dad, or the family, or whoever else is in there. Very noisy, I must admit, when they come in the evening. Very, very noisy. Like to have a nice, loud conversation in the hallway before they actually go in the room. I'll tell you the habits of the French team before they go to bed.
That's a great insight.
Yeah, it's good. There's loads of them, actually. There's loads in our hotel that we didn't realise, because they're all coming... Well, I mean, we're in bed by the time they all come back from rebuilding the cars at night. But occasionally I'll see, like, Alex Landon and his dad will come through. And they're good, great guys. Love to stand and have a chat with them in the foyer of the hotel almost every night since we've been here. Yeah, lovely couple of races. So, who else have we got? The Care-Ups are in there. We've got a few of the other French team are in there as well. There's loads of races in our hotel that we just didn't realise, literally, up until this morning when everyone's bringing all of their bags out. And we're like, no way! Look at all these guys in here with us. Sorry about that. Could have got some real insights there from everybody. But unfortunately, I didn't. I thought I was going to wake up with another headache this morning, Matt. Woke up, a little bit of a headache going on, and I was like, oh God, I didn't even drink last night. What is the matter with me? What's going on here? A couple of tablets later, and I was fine. I was all over it today. Okay, so now we've done a little bit of time with Clement. Now Clement is flying out there right now. 28.9 from Clement is the fastest lap we have seen. No, 28.8 is the fastest lap we've seen from him. Just pop forward one car to Davide Ongaro, because he's actually leading this one. So there's Davide in the Associated. Just because Neil Bodess is probably watching, he's running Hobby Wing Electrics in that. There you go, so that you know. I don't know what servo he's running, Neil. Haven't been told that information.
So, single doubles. Catches the top of the last double on the first set of rhythms there. But he's still out in front by about a second. Just over a second, actually, on Boda, who's right behind him. And the green car, of course. That was a lapped car. Oh, what a tight line around there. Lovely. So, Ongaro really showing he's got some pace in this penultimate round of qualifying. On for a an 11 in a 5.16 now. Ben Smith's not going to be happy about that. About 9 seconds quicker than Ben Smith. So, these guys are certainly going to affect the top of the charts. As I said before, we've only got the overalls for all of the rounds, so we can have a look at the end of this one when we get the graphic up on screen, just to see where we are with things. So we'll go down the drop-off. Oh, Jamie Hall's popped up into the 2 now. So we'll go with Ongaro for a minute. Just stick with him for a mo. Okay, so I think Jamie's just going over the line now if you want to pick him up. First of those 2 cars that are going down the straights. First one over the single and then doubles. Lovely. That's a bit easier, isn't it, Jim? If I tell you where they are like that, that's much easier to find them, right? we won't pick any cars that just aren't on the track today and then tell you off for not finding them. We'll try anyway. I'll try and make it as easy on Jim today as I can and stop being quite so demanding. Okay, so Jamie Hall still running around in second at the moment. He's about 5 seconds off the pace of Ongaro. So Jamie's going to want to just keep this one nice and smooth. He said to me this morning that the car felt absolutely lovely out there. He actually wants it to rain. So Jamie is waiting for the rain now because he says his car works really, really well when it's just a bit slippery. So there he goes, doubles again. Not much time left in this one, so he's not going to get through for another one. This is going to be final laps for everybody crossing the line now. There we go, so, I think Landon's just got caught at the line. 10 and a 5.06 for Landon. He did say he was having some gremlins in the car, actually, some electrical bits. Oh, Jamie's gone over. I just missed that when I was looking at the line. So, let's have a look. Oh, look at that. See, there you go, Ongaro. Oh, no, Crag. Where's Ongaro? What's happened to Ongaro? Has he crossed the line? Can't have counted one of his laps. Either that or he's broken on the... That would be a nightmare if he's broken on that last lap. Because at the moment it's Neil Cragg with an 11.522 that's taken it. I mean... crikey. So Ben Smith could be fourth in round right now. So Neil with an 11.522. We don't know what's happened to Ongaro. Where are you, Neil? So that's 11 and a 5.22. Oh, 5. Sorry, 11 and a 5.23.4. What's the matter with me? 11.4. Okay, there we go. So top heat, or heat 11, I should say. Differentiate between these guys being top and bottom heat drivers because they're all champions in their own right, of course. But in the champion of champions heat, Max Gotzel from Czechoslovakia is in the 1. And we've got the Polish driver Michal Orlowski in the 2. Marcus Kerr from Denmark in the 3. Norwegian driver Daniel Kovac in the 4. Another guy from from the from Czechoslovakia is sorry, the Czech Republic is mine. Beyer in the 5. Your Newman in the 6. Noah Ben Mohamed from France in the 7. Mika Widmeyer from Austria in the 8. Barak Killick from Germany in the 9. And Bruno Quao from Portugal, rounding out the back of this one in the 10.
Requests.
Oh, requests.
Well, we've had some requests and a demand.
Wow, we don't do demands.
Well, you were apologising for being demanding, so I think you started a craze. X-Tech 101, we demand car 8. However, that could have backfired because it may have been for the last heat. Name and heat not specified. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's Mika Widmeyer, and we have given Mika lots and lots of love, so...
Yeah.
Noah
Ben Mohamed has been requested.
Yeah, good one.
David Cusinello is requesting car 7, please, and thank you. So that's a lot more polite.
Yeah.
A king has asked, where is this being held?
It's the Breako 2000 facility in Utrecht in the Netherlands. Come see us. Okay, let's go Noah Ben Mohamed off the line then. We'll go with the 7. See, this is why we get confused. Look at that 7 on the side of his car there. Could be a 1,
like a 1.
Could be a 7. This is why we get confused, viewers. They have a habit of sticking their stickers on terribly. Okay. There is young Noah on the drop-off for the first time in the penultimate round of qualifying. Triple single, as seems to be fairly standard in the 2 and 4-wheel drive events. Oh, that was pretty tight around there. So it is Widmeyer that's gone off with a 28.6. Let's see where Noah Ben Mohamed is, a 29.1, so a nice opening lap. Not sure if there's a 27 in this track, to be fair. Nicely through the switchbacks. Car's looking lovely out there. Really is a difficult track for these guys to get round. Every single driver has said how tough this has been. And I guess that's what you want for a European Championship. Is you don't want a really easy track. You don't train of traffic going around. You want this to be a test. Maybe not quite as much of a test as we've had. But where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line? On what's too hard and what's not. So Noah Ben Mohamed, doubles over the line. All right, we're going to pick up your Newman in the 6 in a second. About quarter of the way around the lap. So that orange one there at the back. There we go, yellow wheels. Lovely. Triple sickle. Triple sickle. There you go. Round the wall of death. So I'm not too sure who that is in front of him. Wesley Van Helmen, possibly. Kovac, sorry. It was Kovac. Okay. Yeah, Van Helmen's not even in this one. Of course that's not going to be his car. Alright, so we're with Newman. Orlowski's pick, as you heard in the interview, for the 4-wheel drive. See where he is as he crosses the lines. Looking pretty solid out there right now. So Widmeyer goes top, Newman goes top. There's nothing in it on the times you can see on the screen there. These guys definitely affecting the top 10, as you would imagine they were going to. So everyone up to Beyer, everyone up to Martin Beyer is currently looking to push Ben Smith out of his spot. But we'll see how it goes towards the end. Oh no, Newman's had a nightmare there. We know that's about 3 seconds that's cost him. And maybe more because of the other car that was going past that held the marshal getting to him straight away. So what was Newman's last lap? Last lap was a 30.5 compared to 28s. So you probably see a 29 on this one maybe. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe not. We'll see. Obviously, it was the other side of the line when he crashed, so it wouldn't have affected the next lap. But we'll see as he crosses the line. So 28.2. Okay, he's back on pace straight away. So he's picked that rhythm up instantly. But it's Widmeyer in the 8 that is leading this one round. Now, Widmeyer is currently about halfway round the track, so not too far away from where you are, actually. I'll let you know. Should be coming to one of those cars there. One of those. It's the one with the red on it, the 8. Lovely. So there's Mika. Leading this one round now. Predicted a 11 in a 5.11 currently. It's lifting the back wheel a little, inside back wheel on those harder corners. And you can see how much tighter these guys are taking those that line around the wall of death there. Hops it over the bridge. That's a little unusual. Maybe just trying to push hard to get away from the car behind him. So I've got a funny feeling that's Orlowski right behind him. I can't quite... Yes, it is. So he's being chased down by Orlowski. And I mean, Orlowski at the moment is running around in 4th in this one, 5th. It's Barak Killick that's up on the 4th spot, just knocked Orlowski down. Oh, Mika gets a smelly old line through the last double. Made it through there, kept it on his wheels. Newman back to the front. He is putting in some smoking laps now. Right behind Mika is Newman there. So we'll keep an eye on these two. Mika and Jorn, both at the front of the pack right now. Jorn is ahead of Mika on times, though. So even though Mika's ahead on the track, Jorn obviously is ahead on the times because they're all doing their own individual 5s. So Newman takes it 11 in a 5.11. Widmeyer 11 in a 5.13. Kerup 11 in a 5.15. Then we've got Quao 5.17. Orlowski 5.19. Oh, Killick comes in with a 5.17 to knock Quao down. Noah Ben Mohammed a 5.19, 5.24 for Gotzel, 5.25 for Kovacic, and a 10-lapper for Martin Beyer. I'm not sure what's happened there. Looks like he's missed a lap off at the end because he was 10 laps at... Unless he's broke the car, of course. Okay, so that is your top heat. So Jorn will have definitely TQ'd that. 11 in a 5.11. 11. Okay, that is very, very interesting. Because I think that's shaken up the scoreboard somewhat. I think Orlowski was looking pretty hot out there. Okay, and there you have it, Freddie Russell, overall TQ for the event. Of course, this is not the right screen because he has got a 1-nan, 2-nan, 3-nan, 4-nan, 5-nan. Been to a lot of Indian restaurants right there.
Oh dear.
I love it. I love it. Love it. Okay. So sorry, I just had a minute there. Anyway, coming back to this one, we are now, of course, looping all the way back to the very, very beginning, and we're going all the way back to heat number 1 because we started with heat 8, remember? So we're going to finish this round of qualifying on heat 7, and then we'll go into the last round of qualifying, which will start with heat 11.
Boom.
How do you like that for a tasty biscuit?
I do like it a lot.
Good.
I like it. People at home, loving the action, chatting along. It's all great. Pelly Martins, please just follow the contenders for TQ. Well, you know, yeah.
Hey, you can't please all the people all the time.
You can't. But we are keeping an eye on the TQ as well. As we've just seen, it's clearly going to be Freddie Russell. So, who knows? On social media is on again this morning. Big boys, step away from the box. Where are the rostrum stool police? with a police car emoji. Good point. We got no offenders in this heat, I'm pleased to say, that I can see, standing illegally on stools. So that's good.
No, there is no stool use right now. No stool use up there.
Gary Turner, I always admire how clean and tight the pros can keep things with these bullets on wheels. Absolutely.
Okay. We'll just follow 7 off. Bruno Vea. So Estonian driver, Bruno. Triple singles. Looking alright out there. You can see, even though the track was soaking wet this morning, there was a nice line over that wall of death for Vea. I wish I'd had the speed in my fingers to do a replay. Well, we'll keep an eye out for that one, Epic Music. Because apparently, what I've just heard here is a little rumour about Robert Scar. And that is that he always jumps at the stand when he jumps the car. I'm not sure how true that is. I actually don't know which one Robert Scar is up on the top there. I don't know his face well enough. Otherwise, we keep an eye on that. Does Robert drive with his mind and body? Just his mind. Nothing to do with his body. Okay, I think we're still with Bruno Vea at the moment. But what we'll do, let's pick up Robert Scar. So Robert Scar is the number 4 car, and he should be just finishing the lap. There you go. Over he goes. So I'm just going to keep an eye on the rostrum and see where I can see where he's looking, and then we'll see if anybody jumps as they go over the big jump. So here comes Robert there. On the wall of death he goes. Let's have a look on the rostrum. Now he didn't actually leave the floor.
Is it the guy with the
Second
sunglasses and the blonde hair? No way! He does rise up with the car.
He does rise with the car. Excellent insight. Thank you very much for that one. If you've got any other bits like that about the drivers up on the stand, we'd love to know. I was almost convinced it wasn't real. So let's see. Come around the wall ride. Is he now?
Yeah. So if you show where he tell us. Can you tell us where he's going while we look at him?
Yeah, so, okay, he's just come over the bridge. So down the straight he goes. He's gone up the next straight. First single, and now the big double. Hey! We'll do one more. We'll stick on him for a minute until he does the double doubles and see if he does it twice over both of them. Come on, Robert. Oh, here he goes, over the little one. Come on, then. Go on, round the wall of death. Make it round there nice. Nice. Yep. Love it.
What a great guy. That is amazing.
That is awesome. We'll give you another couple of laps for that, Robert, just because it was really cruel to video you doing that on the telly. Very, very good. He's actually leading this one. He's actually leading this one as well.
He deserves it as well.
He does. He absolutely deserves it. Let's have a clean run, Robert. Come on. 9 in a 5:04 currently is Robert's time. He's done a 31.8, which was his last lap, actually. So there you go. Obviously, having a little rise over the jumps helps. Just keep the car settled. There we go. Single double. Out the hop up. Now the car just gets out of his way nicely. He's really keeping this together well. Nicely done. So these consistent Not the fastest laps in the world, but just these consistent laps, one after another. Oh, he says that! Badoosh. I wonder what he did on the rostrum when he did this.
I was just thinking. It gets told off for distracting the other drivers.
Some cartwheels and stuff up there. Okay. 30 seconds left in this zone. So 20 seconds on the main clock, but 30 for the last of the drivers. So Robert now coming round the wall of death. Will he make it through? That was spectacular. Not only is he given us a laugh with his awesome jumping technique, but many I don't know how many flips that was. Somebody else counted it, because that was craziness. But here we go. Okay, this should be... Did he make it through? No, he didn't. Caught on the line. 9 in a 5:09 for Robert Scar, but definitely takes this one by a good sort of 7 seconds. So, despite those crashes, which maybe he could have got through. Maybe that was enough time to just have knocked him out of contention for a 10th. But a brilliant and very entertaining heat number 1. Do you know who our sponsors are, Matt? Because honestly, I don't know where a list of them is that I can just look at and read them off.
There's one on the screen.
Oh, yes, of course. It's Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Ruddock.eu and S-Works. We must be RCTV in that case, and you guys must be watching the EFRA 10th Off-Road Buggy Euros for 2023 here at the Rayco 2000 facility in Utrecht in the Netherlands. Madness. Whilst you're on a break there in between rounds, why aren't you liking and subscribing on the YouTube channel?
Oh, yeah, very good point. That is a very good point. Do you know what else I could tell you about? If you happen to be watching on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel, you might see in a chat there's a featured product, which is an RC Racing TV cap. A camo cap, which you can buy and wear upon your head. So if anyone bought one, I'd be amazed. It'd be amazing. It'd be really cool. And I can actually say, hand on heart, they're really nice quality. And I'm only sorry that, Matt, you don't have one. But you will have one. It just didn't arrive in time. But you will have one upon your head if you choose to wear it.
That would be wonderful. I have got quite a big head.
Yeah, it's multi-size.
It
caters for... It's got the kind of poppers on the back, you know,
Good.
So you can...
Good.
Yeah.
So as a kid, I used to chew them off.
Did you?
I did. Yeah, I don't know why. It's like bits of plastic. It's a really weird thing to do. I used to eat raw sausage meat as well as a kid. What's that about?
Oh, wow.
God,
Did you get
proper
ill?
Psycho, I was.
Wow.
I didn't get ill. No. It's the 80s. None of us got ill from doing stuff back then.
I think you weren't supposed to have raw eggs in the 80s, though, were you? Because of salmonella.
No, and that was Edwina Curry that did that to everyone.
Yeah, allegedly, for legal purposes.
Who's in this one, Matt? I'll tell you before you tell me. Brent Daniels in the 1, Lena Hergen in the 2, Loic Didier in the 3, Alexandra Dobroses in the 4, Chris Bowden. We're not going to focus on Chris today because he said if I follow him round, he's going to charge you personally, Matt, €15 a minute for the coverage.
Oh, my word.
I know. That's how good he thinks he's going to be today. He said, look, this is going to be a TQ run. So if you want to film it, then it's going to cost you. And I said, fine.
His appearance fee.
Appearance fee.
Someone's illegally standing on a stool.
And mentioning his name was €15 each time. So Chris Bowden. It's probably got, what's that, €45 we owe now.
Let's pay him in caps.
We'll pay him in caps. Miklos Sabados is in the 6, Arts Kenny's the 7, Danny Clay's in the 8, and Sebastian Fensk in the 9. Cameraman's choice. A very good choice too. I think that's Miklos Sabados actually in the 6. I'm not mistaken. And there you go, Miklos
giving us a bit of a highlight reel straight away. Thank you, Miklos. So we'll follow Miklos around just for a roly-mo. I don't know why I said that. It was a bit weird. Switchback's done for Miklos. Punches it up to the wall of death. Really, really wide line over the wall of death. And now, after his crash, he's going to come up on another couple of cars. Let's see how he negotiates these. Or going for the wide line around the bottom corner. Bottled it. Oh, Miklos, that was awesome. If only he'd been able to make that stick as a proper overtake, that would have been pretty sweet. So these guys now just kind of almost tripping over each other a little bit. Miklos is through. Over the wall of death first. And then singles the last double. Obviously had a funny landing there, I thought he did, and the car looked pretty good to me. Oh, maybe it's because he was pointing towards the fence. Okay, down the drop-off. Off camber corner done. You can see the grips there. They're certainly getting the drive out of these cars, and no shininess on the tyres. So the yellow's currently working. We are predicted rain fairly soon, though. What's the time now? 11 o'clock. So at this point in the day, if you've got the Met Office app, you can go on there and you can have a look at the rain radar. Go and check out where the track is. Zoom in and just push play on the radar and you'll see what time we are predicted rain, and we should be due it any moment now. So it could change things quite dramatically for the last round, but then we are running backwards, so who knows how this one's going to pan out. Okay, so let's see where Miklos is. He's running around near the sort of back of the pack. He's just crossed the line now. That's jumped him up into the 3 spot in this one. What's the predicted time for Miklos there? It's a 9 in a 5:11. So clearly not the fastest one we've seen this round, but a good, clear and clean-ish run for Miklos. I think he's going to be fairly pleased with this one. Funnily enough, I think we're going to have to go off Miklos because that is the number 5 car of Chris Bowden behind him, I'm pretty sure. There's 15 euros for Chris. So Chris is going to want to get past Miklos. He's obviously lovely bit of driving from Miklos there, just to give him the space, and then out of just pure joy, decided to throw it away on one of the jumps. So Miklos was running around third. We'll stick with Bowden just for a minute. Miklos was running around in third. We'll see what what damage he's done after that crash when he comes across the line. Now, I spoke to Bowden yesterday, actually, and after his run, we did have a bit of a laugh about it this morning, bless him. I kind of said, what happened? What happened yesterday? And he said, do you know what? The car felt great, but the driver just didn't turn up to the track. And it happens sometimes, you know. It just happens sometimes. So that was car 4, actually, that's just gone past Bowden. So if we stick with that one, that's De Brosis. And De Brosis is leading this one. Alexandre De Brosis is leading this one out from France. Not actually in France and leading out, but the driver's from France, of course. So De Brosis over the line again. Lapping around 30, so 30-second laps-ish. Only one predicted on for a 10-lapper at the moment. No, Brendan Niels comes in and has predicted a 10-lapper as well. We'll stick with De Brosis till the end, though. But it is the top 2 in this heat that are looking the quickest, of course. So we'll see. Now, De Brosis is going to come through. Will definitely get past the line for the next lap. So that is 9 laps done, onto the 10th lap now. So definitely guaranteed that 10-lapper. We'll see if Daniels gets past as well. So definitely guaranteed a 10-lapper for Daniels. And I think Hertgen is going to get caught at the line. We'll just see. Yeah, I think Hertgen's done now. I think that's going to be Hertgen out. So 9 laps for Hertgen. But De Brosis comes over the line for a 10 in a 5:14. Hurtgen does a 10 in a 9 in a 5:05. Daniil's 10 in a 5:22.9. Okay. Not too shabby for Heat 2, that's for sure. I don't know what happens to what's happened to Bowden there. Bowden's right down the, only on a 6th lapper, whether he had a crash and then came back towards the end. Well, there's just some laps haven't counted. He's going to be pretty annoyed if the laps have been missed off, though. And there you go, confirmation on the screen. 2 Brits in that one, not doing as well as they would have wanted to do. But it is Alexander De Brosis that takes it, 10 in a 5:14. Now, I've been told that in this next heat, we've got an emperor. But what is he the emperor of? You tell us on the feed. Let us know what Martin Owen is the emperor of. But he's in car 2. Car 1, Cedric Ricard. 3, Harriet Thames. Daniel Tunnison in car number 4. Freddie Russell in the 5. Lee Charwick in the 6. Cone Middlecoop in the 7. Vladimir Fedorenko in the 8. And our very, very good friend William White in the 9. So I've got Bowden just outside the window. Chris, you only get 6 laps. No, he's not very happy. He's had a tough, really, really tough week as Bowden. I feel bad for him, to be honest. His car looked great. He actually looked really good then. But that's a disappointment for him, and I feel sorry for him, because every single one of them, I know they're walking around. Some of them look like they've had a bit of a spanking, but they really have taken a beating on this track. And the drivers are struggling out there. It's a tough track. I'd love to sit here and tell you that, you know, you could just come along and you could drive this and you could have 5-10 minutes of driving your buggy round, of having great fun. But unfortunately for these guys, this is a tough old track, this one. Great for us. Loads of thrills and spills. Really hard work for the drivers. So, if you know any of these guys and girls when they get back, make sure you show them the support and the love they need when they get home, as they've had a tough old week playing with toy cars. Oh, it's a tough life, isn't it? Tough old life. James says Martin Owen is the emperor of everything. Well done. Mangus Berlin says everything, and that is very, very true. Lovely, Jim. I was just going to leave it up to you to follow around. And that is William White from Raceway 1 that we're with now, in the number 9 car. William, not too familiar with his cars or equipment for this event. He only picked up the Schumacher brand to race with, and built the cars the week before he came here. No time on the track with either of them. But a veteran racer, we'll call him. Veteran of the racing scene. 30 years on the track. So this is how far you can get if you spend 30 years banging toy cars around.
That was brilliant. What timing. Did you know that was going to happen?
I didn't. Oh, man. Sorry, Will.
Oh, dear.
Well, there you go. 30 years. 30 years. But he's a lovely guy, and he does some great bits, and very, very helpful with us when he's at events. So do check him out. Do go and check his YouTube channel out as well, because there's some great content on there. Clearly, only just slightly better, like worse than ours.
On a par. We don't mind.
No, not on a par.
Just comparing apples and oranges. Let's just say
Of
that.
course we are. Okay. We're still with Will, though. The only Irish competitor here, of course. And just in case Neil Bodess is watching, I think, actually, that he's running Hobbywing Electrics in that car. I'm pretty sure I saw him with setting up his ESC, or electronic speed controller. For those of you out there that don't know what an ESC is, that's the little magic box that makes it go. Converts the power from the battery into energy in the motor and driving the wheels. Ooh, a bit of a wide hop round the off-camber corner there, but I guess that is what it's for. I had a chat with Mr. Damon last night, would you believe it or not, Matt?
Did you?
I did. Lovely little chat with him.
Oh.
He's my what should we call him? My good luck elf.
Sponsor. No?
He's the one that does all of my. You know, when you go for a new job and you need like, what's it called? They ask you for references.
Yeah.
Straight to Nick. Yeah. I need another reference, Nick.
£5 a time.
Yeah, easy. Ooh, lucky to make it on back there was Will. Okay, we've done over half of this race now this qualifier with Will. So what we'll do, we'll try and pick up Daniel Tonneson, who's just about to cross the line. Just about to cross the line. Sorry. So should have gone there. I think that's Daniel. And then number 4. I'll trust you if you stick with him, Jim. Okay, there we go. Daniel Tonneson just running around just behind Will. He's about 5 seconds off. We're going to leave Will to it to see if he can get his last few laps in clean without us pressuring him at all. Bit of a roll up towards the wall of death. Double. Nicely done. Bit of a wide line round there. You don't see the top guys doing that. That would have rather to get round it than get caught on the barrier, I guess. So single double. Up over the hop up. Flicks it back. So triple single over the ripples. Nice. Nicely done. Out to the wall of death. I think these are definitely finding it easier with the four-wheel drives. I'm seeing a lot less crashes with the four-wheel drives than I was in the two-wheel drive. Do you not think? I think
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so they were shorting that a lot. That single double at the start, that first little rhythm bit. In the two-wheel drives, even the top heats were shorting that loads. So yeah, I think they're definitely finding it easier. Say easier, just less difficult, which is easier, of course. Okay, I'm just trying to see if. Where are we? Yeah, so I mean, Martin Owen's been out after 3 laps. Freddie Russell didn't even start this one, so no idea what's happened there. Absolutely no idea what's happened to Freddie. I'm guessing he must have had car issues or something. Oh, and that is not how you do it. So over the first double, over the second, front wheels, boom. And a lovely little skip at the end for the marshal. Okay. Will White takes that one. 10 in a 5.22. They're getting quicker. Cedric Ricard, 10 in a 5.30. Sorry, 10 in a 5.21 for Will. 5.30 for Ricard. And Daniel Tonneson, 10 in a 5.31. So the top 3 reasonably close up than Will. Certainly a bit of a step ahead of the rest of them there. Okay, now in this heat we have car number 1 of Dimitri Chubb. 2 is Manny Panesar. car number 3 is round 2 TQ man, Sylvain Gallo Selva from France, would you believe? You wouldn't believe it. Then we've got Cyril
one and
Costello.
only.
The one. Bit like Chesney Hawks, eh?
Exactly.
Cyril Castaldo in the 4, Sven Ruddig, event sponsor, one of our associate sponsors, in the 5. Joey Cockhill, Joey Seacup, in the 6, Christian McConaughey in the 7, Rennie Levezzo in the 8 car, and we've heard from him lots this week. A little bit of a interview with Eugene. You'll find that one a thrilling one when we get to Eugene on the pit wall. He embellishes on all his answers, gives a full, frank, honest and open answer every time you speak to him, does Eugene. Lovely to have a conversation with. And
that's refreshing.
Oh, I think his wheel's going. That's his wheel. On the, if you can see it, Marshall's just picked it up. Who is that? Get him out to the pits, man. Get the wheel on. You're just standing in the middle of the track. Just wiggling the wheel.
I mean, that's salvageable, isn't it? If you act quickly. It is salvageable.
Done. There you go, it's back on. Look, there you go, he's done. That was it. He's still in time for a lap there. Not too sure. Who was that? Zoom in on that one if you can. Another 2? 9. It was the 9. It was Eugene. I thought it was Eugene. There you go. That's what happens when you don't do your wheel nuts up tight enough. He'll be thinking about that all the way round now. Let's go with Gallo then. Off the line, the 3 car, the white one there in the middle. So there we go. TQ'd round number 2. A little bit of a rain assist. But let's see how Sylvain Gallo Selva from France gets on in this one. Now, you said to focus on possible TQ men. Well, what are we doing here? James says, follow C-Cup, Matt. I will get there. Morning, James. Basher NZ said, I can't hear them. Zing, zing only. Well, Nitro is the glory, yeah. Pretty crazy chat. Aussie homies. Thank you, Brad, on Basher NZ. Showing little gimmicks like the horseshoe. The horseshoe. The wall of death. Yes. Yeah, it's not heard it called a horseshoe before. There's a new one on me, but hey ho. Okay, so we're still with Gallo Selva at the moment. Around the off camber, looking pretty strong. I mean, literally like 0.1 of a second out in front from Castaldo. So there's room for improvement, of course. However, still a solid run at the moment. Now, predicted a 10 in a 5.11, so, I mean, a lap off of TQ pace this time round. But a valiant effort nonetheless. So Castaldo has actually taken it up at the front now. We will keep an eye on that. I think actually Castaldo is just behind. So if you hold on the line, we should be seeing the number 4 car come through about now. I think that's that one there, I think. 4, there you go. So that is Cyril Castaldo, who was actually in front last time round. So he must have had a little bobble. Triple singles. Oh dear. Taking the Will White line over the ripples there, and finding out the hard way that it is not the fastest line. Okay, over the bridge, punches it down the straights.
Flicks it back. See if we can get it clean over the ripples this time round. So single, double done. Hop up, step down. Off camber corner, flicks it back now. Triple single. Much better. There you go. If you don't land on your roof, it's always a better way round. Round the wall of death. Double, double. Lovely. Corrected that halfway through. Under the line. Still can't touch Gallo Selva's time at the moment. But there is not much between them. That crash is the only thing that separated them. With 2 minutes left on the clock. They're both on 3:08s after 6 laps. So we'll see next time round how these two get on. Double double. So he throws you to the outside. Doesn't lend itself to the inner line on that corner at all. So Castaldo back to the front. Now I think Gallo Selva must have had a bit of an issue there because there's 2 seconds between them now. So must have had a crash because Gallo Selva was almost a second ahead and is now virtually 2 seconds behind. So we know it's about 3 seconds a crash. So must have been a crash there for Gallo Selva. Now, Castaldo crosses the line, goes back in front again. So there's a second between them now. So Gallo Selva definitely putting a foot down. Oh, and has crashed again on the step up. He's throwing Galli out. You just see him go off in the background. So definitely. So Castaldo well in front now. Not only on the track, but also on the timing screens. I think Gallo Selva's actually slightly quicker here. So we'll just see as they come through the doubles. Double for both. Over the bridge. Now let's see where the separation point is, because Gallo Selva's definitely got the pace on laps. And they are finishing as they come over, which is a bit of a pain. So when they come round this time, that'll be the end of this one. I was enjoying that. Could have gone on for another 10 minutes. I could have watched these two battling out then. Round the wall of death. Yeah, both with a pretty similar line over that. So no TQ this time for Gallo Selva. It is Castaldo that takes it with a 10 in a 5:15. 4 seconds back. 10 in a 5:19 for Gallo Selva. 10 in a 5:21 for Wikonig. Manny Panesar, 10 in a 5:26. We'll just wait for some others to come through. Cockhill, 5:25. Sharp, 5:26. Sven Ruddock, 10 in a 5:31. And René Levetzo and Eugene Galli both putting 9 lappers in. So we didn't follow C-Cup round that time, sorry everybody. They have given him plenty of love this week though. More love than he deserves. How are you guys doing out there? Let us know on the chat. I am watching the YouTube feed today. Kind of watching it. If you've got any requests, let us know. And don't forget that you're watching this stream in association with Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rudog.eu and S-Works. You're of course RC Racing TV. We're at the EFRA 1/10th Buggy Euros for 2023. You join us with heat number 5 about to go up on the grid. You've been here all week, really. Why not come and see us if you're at the track? Plenty of racing going on today. Oh, we had a little bit.
Yesterday, somebody spotted the action on the stream who lived locally and said they were going to come and have a look today.
That is awesome.
What better example could there be of somebody spotting something online and then going to have a look at it in the physical way?
Yeah, we've done it a couple of times. We did it at Robin Hood last year's Euros. And we had a couple of people turn up after we shouted people out to come to the track. It's actually one of those moments where you go, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. You just have loads of people. Oh, hang on a minute.
Come here and say that. Were you like, come here and say that? And then they did.
That was it.
come here and I'll give you a free cap.
Thanks to S-Works, Rudog.eu, X-Ray, Hobbywing and Schumacher. Excellent companies that are helping us broadcast this EFRA. And obviously EFRA do the lion's share of the helping us, getting us to, allowing us to, making us stream this event, making it happen in the first place, thanks to EFRA. It's the four-wheel drive finals day. And we're going to crown another EFRA European champion today. Can't believe it. 2 in 1 week.
It's crazy, isn't it? It seems like such a massive build-up, and then in a week we've crowned them and we're going home. And you just want another week of racing.
Do you though?
Yeah.
Or do you want to go home and you know?
Hey, look, Tan would be more than happy if I just went away. just kept.
Is that why she got the life insurance? Life insurance sorted.
So as long as you keep putting that money in the bank at the end of the month, we're fine. Go away for as long as you want. Leave me here. She's not like that, really. She's lovely. Okay, so this is Heat 5. It's Lepap off first. We're going to follow him round. Let's have your requests if you're out there listening. Dylan Machuvic says, would absolutely love to get into racing myself. Really enjoy watching it. Well, get down to your local club. Get on Google or some other search engine out there. Find out where your local RC racing club is. And just go down and have a look. Have a chat to the people running it. Have a chat to the guys racing. Get yourself a second-hand buggy, I would say, to start with. No, don't. Go to Schumacher or X-Ray or S-Works. Pick up a buggy from them. Brand new. Oh, that brand new buggy smell.
Buy it from rudog.eu.
Yeah. It's almost like that new pencil case smell when you're going back to school in September. And when your parents used to take you to W.H. Smith, get you some new pencil cases and pens and pencils and stuff. Oh,
It's Smiggle these days.
It's what?
Smiggle.
Smiggle?
Kids are getting their pens and pencils and pencil cases from Smiggle. And, yeah, Smiggle. It's when a smile meets a giggle. Smiggle. It's a shop. Of really, really overpriced plastic rubbish. Brightly coloured plastic horrible things that kids
So
like.
just all the things that kids like.
Yep.
Oh dear, caught the top of the second double there. Over the bridge. Yeah, so Lepap's still out in front at the moment. We'll wait for some others. There you go, Peter Stein's taking it up. Give everybody else... yeah, swapped about quite a lot now as they're all coming past the line for their third laps. Okay, so Lepap running around about halfway down the pack. 31 second fast lap, 35 on the last one though. 31.2 this time round, a little bit better. Really want to be looking at those 30-second laps to get the decent sort of low end of the 10 lappers in. .29s if you want the 11s. Okay, so we're going to switch on to... Let's have a look as they come across the line a minute. Stein's not there. Okay, we'll do the 7 car. It's just been across the line, so the early part of the lap. Possibly that yellow one. The 7? No, that's not the 7. No, it'll be the ones in front of them then. It'll be these ones here. Okay. So there we are. Cedric Didier now will take us round for a bit.
just catches a nasty bobble on the way out of the ripples. Punches it up the back straight. Round the wall of death. Double doubles. Has to just punch it over the last one because it was getting a little bit out of shape there. Right, into the first set. Hops it up. Around the off-camber corner. Still out in front at the moment. Not doing the fastest lap times in the world, so just over a 30 seconds. So, I mean, this is going to be a long 10-lap run if Didier can keep it in facing forwards for one and on its wheels for another. But that seems to be a little bit of a challenge right now for all of the drivers out there. So the track definitely drying up at the moment. You've got a bit of a haze in the air that looks like there's some sort of mist about, but I'm not too sure whether it's actually having any effect on the track. And the wind has picked up a little bit here. You can see from the flags, and we'll get them on shot in a minute. You can see from the flags over the other side, oh, there's a little tumble again. So Didier definitely not going to be top of the pack this time. It is back to Le Pape. There you go, you can see the flags there blowing about. Wind definitely picked up today. Oh man, Didier's had a nightmare few laps. And over again, Marshall a little bit slow to notice that time. It does happen. You can't be watching all areas of the track at all times. Oh man! That is how you throw away a lead. Didier's not going to be happy with that one. And there you go, was running around at the front of the pack. So, finishing this one out, Le Pape 10 in a 5:19, 10 in a 5:21 for Stein. Carl Volter 10 in a 5:26, Cedric Didier 10 in a 5:30, long old lap, 10 in a 5:30 for Assac. And the last one in the 10s, Rennie Bertrand, got a 10 in a 5:31. Now, Dick Dawn did make it through and finish this one because the other three didn't, and got a 9 in a 5:05. So DNFs for the rest of them pretty much. I think Stegmaier got 5 laps in, but Elias Jordan and Nigel van Katwijk on a couple of zeros. There you go, there are your competitors for heat number 6. Of course, which I knew. Yeah, you can see those flags there on the wall, which I've got to say, those flags aren't always there. They put up those flag poles and the mounts, if you like, just before the competition. It's all work that's been done by the team. They said they had one that came off, but that got put back up pretty quickly.
Was that the Brexit one?
I think we'd all like to take that one down. I mean, you know, I'm sure there was some benefit to leaving, but I haven't seen it yet.
Nope, not me either. Can't even get straight bananas.
And everybody wants a nice, long, fat, straight banana. 3-month waiting list for them now. But anyway.
Oh, wow.
Heat number 6.
Penultimate heat of Q4.
It
No,
is.
no. Is it?
Well, we started with heat 8.
Yes,
so
it
we're
is.
going to do this
Yes,
one
it
on heat
is.
7.
Yeah.
You were right. You questioned yourself.
I know. Oh, Buggy in the net.
Ooh, see that?
I think you've got to hit it with confidence. It's got to know you're coming for it.
Yes.
You can't just dilly-dally. You can't just, gently go round, politely
Yeah.
go round. You've got to, go at it, full pelt.
You have. You got to smash it into it.
Yeah.
Let off a little bit and then smash it out of it as well. Okay, first one off the line if we can. Should be Archie Bowman. My fan is particularly noisy today. I've just got the one fan here. I think I've just got the one fan total.
Yeah. But at least it's noisy.
It's that fake profile I made on Facebook just to cheer myself on.
On LinkedIn.
Yeah. Okay, Archie now. Double doubles for the first time in this one. Penultimate heat of the penultimate round. Penultimate, Matt. It's not very often you get to say that. Unless it's the second from last heat of the second round, last round every time. So every event, really, you should be able to say that. So you probably get to say it quite a lot. Oh, Archie! It's not the way to go around there. I don't know what he caught on the way round, but did flick the car over. So Koenig takes it up. Bowman's dropped down to third right now. Keep an eye as everybody else goes round for their second. So down to fourth. So this is that one very short crash. And Bowman has gone from front of the pack to being 2 seconds behind the leader. Definitely faster on your wheels. We have seen how quickly this can change though. So let's have a look as everybody else comes through for 3. Bowman up the front. And there you go. Back to the front. 1 lap. Oh, not quite. Still Martin's in front by, 0.8 of a second. So not much in it. Archie's definitely on it. Oh, as I say that, catches the switchback. Sorry, I was a little bit annoyed by that marshalling. That's why I had to stop what I was saying. You know, if you're going to marshal a car, marshal it properly. Single double. Up the step up goes Bowman. There is Martins at the front. Bowman back down to fourth again after getting stuck in there. Going to be extra cautious this time, so he took an extra wide line round it that time. Here it comes. Double. Oh, no. Come on, Archie. Pull it together. All right. What we're going to do, try and find the 7 car, which should be crossing the line about now-ish. Definitely crossed it, so it'll be one of those 2 there, mate. Not that one, the other one, hopefully. Oh, is that the 5? No, that's the 2. Okay, so back from those 2 then. And we'll just hang on. Let's keep an eye on it again. So we want the 7 car, which will be going over the line now. There we are. Okay. So Jonas Martins, when I started to look for this car, was the one running around in front and has then had a blooming disaster. So it's Kai Koenig that is at the front, but we're going to go around with Martins for a little bit. Bowman's got himself back up into second now. We're going to see what Martins can do as they come over the line. Okay, so over and back into second, so 4 seconds off the lead. Not too sure what's happened there. We'll pick up Koenig for the last minute, so we'll watch Bowman till the we'll watch Martins till the end of this lap, and then we'll be looking for car number 1. So I'll check out where Koenig is. Okay. Okay, so I think Koenig's just come over the ripples on the black stuff, punching up towards the wall of death, and is just coming over the double doubles now.
So if we flick on to oh no, we're at the end now. It's okay. It's 40 seconds on the clock. So just stick with that one for the time being then. Okay, so I'll keep an eye on the timing screens as Koenig goes over. So Koenig's just finished in with a 10 and a 5.10. Bowman with a 5.16. So we'll see what Martins does. Oh man, didn't want that on your last lap. So you just needed to get across the line clean, really. So Martin's over now and stays there with a 10 and a 5.19. Okay. We have it. Kai Koenig takes this one, 10 in a 5.10. Best lap of a 30. Archie Bowman into the low 29, so 28 possible definitely for Archie there. Now, one more heat to go, which will be heat number 7. And that is the final one in this one. Jens Becker, Harry Mears, Nino Outmaniger, sorry. Marcus Thorman, Michael Katzmeyer, Julian Ferrandis, Martin Scar, Roman Lepap, Halvor Gran and Wouter Wynen.
I just remembered, need to apologise. We had a little issue during the Michal Orlowski interview earlier, and then when we returned back to it, we cut off the beginning of talking about his new shop. So a few people were commenting on the stream that they've been using the shop. Products arrived in Netherlands within 2 days.
Wow, nice.
So yeah, people are rating the Orlowski shop. So sorry we cut off the beginning of that question, but that's what he was talking about, and we'll put the full interview on the socials in due course.
Alrighty, Katzmeyer off the line, please. Should be car number 5 off first. Okay, they're off for a practice lap. So we'll just let these guys get that one out of the way. How many more of the interviews have we got there, Matt?
One.
We've done Orlowski, we've done Quao.
I've got the Wes interview to play out, and then we've got some pit walk action, but we'll have to see if the rain stops play and starts interviews. Just have to see how it all goes. But we do definitely have a chunky break, so we could play the pit walk out before we go to lunch.
Oh, that would be cool.
After qualifying's done, we'll have a pit walk, and then we'll go off air and we'll come back with the finals show at finals
That's a
time.
monster of a pit walk. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a phone call off of Nick at some point to tell me off for being far too long, asking way too many questions. You have one question for everybody, get round 10 minutes and done. And then get out. That's Nick. That's how Nick talks to me. So off with the first one. There we go, off with car 5 of Katzmeyer.
Car 4, car 8, car 2, car 9.
We should be able to get some overalls for you guys after this one. I do think, looking at what I can see, Kerup is still, by the looks of it, top of the pile. Orlowski, Kovac, Newman, Widmeyer, Davide Ongaro, Bruno Quao, Noah Ben Mohammed, Matt Scottsall and Burak Killick. Again, if it keeps up like this, the likelihood is we're probably not going to have any Brits in the A final. So, oh man, that was a goodie. First double, funny landing, and that's all she wrote. Okay, so we are with Katzmeyer, who obviously had that disaster of a super spin crash on the last lap. So I'll follow all the way through to the end of this one, and then we're going to flick over onto the number 1 car of Jens Becker, who's just crossed the line. So the one in front of that should be the one. Lovely. So there's Jens. So leading us round now, lapping around the sort of 30. So 30.1 was the last and fastest lap from Jens Becker.
Take it easy, guys, up there.
I don't know who the Pop Along boys are. Super Ruse Matt. Okay, but it is Becker at the moment. Still at the front of this one. Let's see what this lap is. So it's a 31 last time round. It's a 30.2 this time round. So nice and consistent. Keeping up that pace, we'll see Jens get a 10 in a 5:02.7. It's about 5 seconds ahead of anybody else on predicted times at the moment. Down past the line, nicely round that first corner. Single double. Yeah, nicely round the off camber. A lot of people go really, really wide on that one, leaving it pretty open for the next corner overtake. There we go. So Jens obviously knows that at this point just needs to keep it on the wheels. Single double again. Nice landing. A little bit of a front wheel lift, but nothing too crazy. So who's this that Jens is coming up on now? Lovely over the doubles there. And that's Katzmeyer that's just crashed out behind as well. It was. So it looks like Jens is actually on for a really good run here. 10 in a 5:04 predicted. So it'll be this one and one more. Don't think there's anything really that can be done for the extra 11th lap. It's about 4 or 5 seconds out, so you can't make up 5 seconds in a lap really. We should get like a warp button or something like that. So triple single. Oh, catches a nasty bite on the last bit of the single there on over the ripples. And the ball breaks on for the roller. Double. Over the bridge. Back across the line again. 10 in a 5:05.61. 66, sorry. 10 in a 5:13 for Stallman. Katzmeyer 10. Oh, sorry, Katzmeyer's a 10 in a 5:13. 10 in a 5:11 is Stallman. These guys all finishing as they cross the line now. Halvor, 10 in a 5:16. Harry Mears, 10 in a 5:21. 5:15 for Scar. Le Pap, 10 in a 5:26. Winan, 10 in a 5:20. Al Menninger, 10 in a 5:24. And Julian Ferrandis out after 9 laps. Didn't actually come round to finish that one. Would have gotten sent in, assuming broken on the last lap, which is a big shame, really.
On social media, says it's been a great week of RC entertainment. 10 out of 10.
Oh.
Ricardo 136 says hi from the Mac Heemsteed track. Hello.
Hi, Mac.
Been to your facility quite a few times. Gazebo 40, I wonder what the oldest age of a buggy off-road Euro champ or world champ is. Have a think about that one.
16, 15? How old was Tommy Hall last year?
Oldest.
Kerrop would have been... the oldest. I thought you said youngest.
Oldest. Yeah, no, oldest.
Probably
Dylan Matusevic, well, you have to think about that one. I'll say Dylan Matusevic would absolutely love to get into racing myself. Really enjoying watching it. Magnus Berglund quite rightly says, House of RC to find clubs in your area. Gazebo 40 says, so expensive, Smiggle. X-Tech 101, Smiggle sounds like the Lord of the Rings guy. I think that's Voldemort. That's Voldemort? I don't know.
Smeagol is Lord of the Rings guy.
On social media is being very annoyed about blatant illegal stall usage. The one's being used as a seat at the moment. That's not what we want. There you go. You hop on there. Is that Noah Ben Mohammed? I can't quite see.
It is
so that
this is going to be the top heat we start with.
So we're done.
Well, there's one more round of qualifying. That is it. That's that round over. So if we can have a look at the overalls, that'll be wunderbar.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I'll press the button. I'm just saying, anything could happen right now.
All right.
Hold on to your headphones.
Yes.
There you go. Nothing happened. 1 second. Oh, there
they go.
Did you see it? Did you see it?
So it's Orlowski is current TQ. Care up next. And then we've got Newman with a 4. Joint with Newman is Mika Widmeyer. Then we've got Kovacic, Kilak, Coelho, Ongaro, Noah Ben Mohammed, and Martin Bayer rounds out the top 10. Now, we have not, actually. Let's have a look. So 10, 11, 12. So, pole in the B at the moment is Max Gotzel. Then we've got Clement Boda. Then we've got Jamie Hall. Massive congrats to Jamie Hall. Crikey. And then we've got, obviously, the People's Champ Neil Cragg. Wow. Look at that for a lineup. Star-studded. You see Newman there, just run 4 TQ. Nobody in the top, what's that, top 14 having any run 2 scores that counted, you'll know. I wonder why that was. Look at them all with 99s and 50s in round 2. Where's that Marcus Kerrup? Is 67th in round 2. Oh, 91st. We got 91 in round 3. Jeez.
So looking at the timetable you sent me earlier, 12:09 is when we're actually starting. So it looks like we have a bit of a break.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we got 10-15 minutes or so. That might give me enough time for a natural break, actually.
Yeah, let's get this off the screen. Do you want to get off? There we go. And then let's come back on again. Do that again. And say goodbye to that. Cool. Okay. So should we go to a break and you can have a break and then we'll all come back and we'll get into the final round of qualifying?
Sounds
should we do
awesome.
That?
Awesome. I'll let you know when we're back so that we can come back in.
Okay, great.
See you all in a bit.
Bye for now.
Okay. Hi everybody, we're here at the EFRA 1/10th European Championships for 2023 in Utrecht in the Netherlands at the Reiko 2000 track. We're here with Wesley van Helmen, two-wheel drive A finalist from yesterday. How you doing, Wes?
I'm doing good.
Happy with yesterday's results?
Not that happy because of the mistakes from my side, but also from the other side with I'm hitting a couple of times, but still an A main and on my home country, it's still okay. I'm still happy.
Yeah, good. It was a great result and a great race to watch yesterday. And you had some good moments in there and some bad moments. What was your kind of highlight from all of the A finals?
A final number 2, I think. The rest was a bit shit. No. A final number 2 was good, but I'm so upset because I had to pace to go for the podium, and it didn't happen. So. That's my opinion. That's why I'm so upset. But for everyone else, you see the big names in the B final, in the C main, in the D main. It's quite good. And today we have the pace also. So hopefully a good result.
Yeah. It looks like the guys are going really well out there. I don't think you can be too disappointed with the A final yesterday. It looks stunning. You had the pace there, and I think for everybody out on the track, it's been really, really difficult to pull just a clean 5-minute run together.
That's the main thing, I think. To do here 5 minutes without mistakes, and you do that, then you can win. If you do in one mistake, you're already three positions back. Yeah. It's so hard and that's so weird because the track is so big and it's so close and it is tricky. So
how have you found? I know it's big and everybody said it's an 8-scale track, etc. But for watching it looks like the racing's great from our vantage point. But for you guys racing, what's it actually like out there?
No, I think it's not that big. I think follow the lead in 2018, no, 2017 in Spain.
In Spain?
Yeah, that was more bigger than this. Yeah, and in Italy, I think that was way bigger than this.
Yeah. Loads.
I think this is not that big because I think it's more 10-scale track. I like these tracks.
Yeah, I think it's been a great track. And from the racing that we saw yesterday, I mean, there were some corners where we had 2-3 cars going around the same corner at the same time next to each other, and you don't get that on the smaller tracks because there's just that single line to follow. Everyone's in a train, but here it did look like there was some great racing going on. Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, because everyone made mistakes. Just you can go from the back to number 1 or from number 1 to 10 in one lap, but racing is better than in one train. You can. I think overtaking was a little bit difficult because it's only one line. If you go 10 centimeters out of the line, then there's a bump or. Yeah. So there was one line, but the racing was good, I think.
Definitely, really, really entertaining to watch. And what's your plan going forwards then for today, tomorrow, and the finals, obviously on Saturday? Have you got major changes to do on the car because it's dry and then wet, possibly, or what's your kind of plan going forwards with that?
Hopefully now. I didn't check the weather, but I think for now I make the car more easier to drive for over 5 minutes. It's not that fast over 2 laps, but more over 5 minutes. I will make the car better. So now my pace is maybe a little bit low on 2 laps, but I think over 5 minutes my car is super good.
Excellent stuff. Well, we wish you the best of luck for this one. Hopefully another A main for you, and we'll be watching you out there. Thanks, guys.
Hey, thank you.
Good luck. Cheers.
Bye.
High-flying, fast, and action-packed. Modeled on classic off-road racing buggies and racing on tracks inspired by stadium off-road racing, this is 1/10th scale buggy racing. Originally designed to replicate the early rear-engine, rear-wheel drive desert dune buggies, modern scale racers also feature mid-engine layouts and both 2- and 4-wheel drive. Underneath the sleek racing bodies, each racing buggy features exotic materials like advanced composites, carbon graphite, aerospace aluminum, and the latest advanced electronics. Racers stand high above the track to see the full racing circuit and all of its jumps and dips, precisely controlling their cars using computer radios to manage the steering, throttle, and braking, and racing for the win. Racing in groups of up to 10 cars for 5 minutes at a time requires excellent reaction speeds and perfectly prepared cars. Large jumps are impressive for onlookers, but passing in the air requires finesse and a good amount of luck. Every aspect of the car is completely tunable, from the aerodynamics and tires, the suspension including shock springs and tire angles, and of course the electronics. These aren't the toys you grew up with. These are highly engineered racing machines designed to compete against the very best.
So last couple of corners, Tommy Hall comes through. Down the straight goes, European champion for 2022. What a race, what a championship.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Flicks it up nicely through the step up into the switchbacks, and your European four-wheel drive champion Marcus Carup takes it across the line.
Good, making my dad proud means a lot to me, so it's good to win.
Well, we are just awaiting the start of Q5. Take a quick look on the driver's stand. Noah's very eager. Oh, and there's two-wheel drive champion Marcus Carup. So they are making their way to the driver's stand. Still a few minutes to go though, so we'll just hang on a few minutes while we wait for the final round of qualifying to get underway. I'll tell you what we could do. We could take a look at the previous winners, previous winning laps in this class of racing, but I don't know if we're going to have time. I think we will if we get on with it now. So let's do that now. Previous four-wheel drive EFRA 1/10 off-road champion.
And the last triple jump, your Neumann takes the checkered flag. Your Neumann is European champion once again in this four-wheel drive class.
Jorn trying to go on the outside. He likes that outside pass. And let's see. Oh, they touch. Jorn goes, cuts around David, and now Jorn is in second. So now can he pressure Martin? Oh, David, massive crash. So that is it. Martin Bayer from Czech Republic driving his XP4. It's the new four-wheel drive EFRA European champion for 2013.
2 starts, 2 wins, 1 European champion for 2014. Jorn Neumann on the Durango will convert. It's been a fabulous run for him. He just managed to get through and start another lap before the time counted down. And this should be about it for him, I think. Fantastic run from the German. And he is confirmed as European champion for the 10th. Starting his last lap en route to a famous victory in the English Midlands. This 14-year-old will be, if he can complete this lap, the first Schumacher driver for a decade or so to take a European championship, and I think the very first Polish driver to be crowned a European champion, and he comes through and wins it. We have a new champion, ladies and gentlemen, and there he is.
Big thanks to my family and Schumacher, Robin Schumacher, Phil Bosch and everyone.
Not the cleanest of runs through the Fiat Triple, over the bridge, and now just one really difficult section, that double. It's the only section really where it could go wrong for him now. Makes it over cleanly round the final corner, and Jorn Neumann is the European champion here in Valladolid.
Maximum pressure with Bruno, and I could pass him, and then everything went very good.
Over the double jump now and the ski jump, coming over to take the win. 2017 four-wheel drive European champion is Bruno Quao.
Yeah, it's a great feeling. I skipped it last year by mistake, so this year I got it, so I'm very, very happy.
Let's go on to the main straight now. Pick up David Ronefog. He's coming down to win the European Championships 2018 four-wheel drive, David Ronefog.
Four-wheel drive was my goal. I got both. You know, nothing more to say. I'm super happy.
And we are with Kovacic as he is about to start his victory lap for this third A final, taking the win. But David Ronefalk wins the 2019 four-wheel drive buggy European Championship.
He's been the runaway winner in this. All he has to do is keep the car on its wheels. So look at him there, over through the berm, past the driver's tabletop. Flicks it up nicely through the step up into the switchbacks. And your European four-wheel drive champion, Marcus Kerup, takes it across the line.
It was so good. Making my dad proud means a lot to me, so it's good to win.
All right then. So a little bit premature there, but hey, not the first time that's happened. All right. The first of the
What's
final
premature?
heats.
What's premature?
My entrance.
Oh, okay.
I came on before the last ad. Okay, so this is heat 11 anyway. We are starting in obviously backwards, so 10, 11, 11, 10, 9, etc., etc. I always couldn't count backwards then, something wrong with me. Max Gotzel, Michael Orlowski, Marcus Kerup, Daniel Kubik, Martin Bayer, Jorn Neumann, Noah Bemhab, Mika Widmeyer, Barak Killick, and Bruno Quao. Let's Let's just keep an eye on the first one off at the moment. I think that should be Carup. I think he's got the fastest time at the moment.
Need a volunteer marshal of 10 from the group. Raymond. Thank you. Easy, There you go. Come on, guys. We're waiting on you. The starting number is your marshal number. Come on. Marshal training, trials ready. You can take it one lap.
Okay. Out for the warm-up lap they go. Had a few people come through on social media. Can you say tumble wumble? Tumble. I know tumble wumble for us all. I mean, I can. I'm pretty sure I just did. But I might be able to fit it in somewhere. Do you mean rather than the ripples, call them the tumble wumbles? I'm not doing that. Okay, I might do it once.
Not during this heat.
Not during this heat. Wayne Ash says, great coverage as usual. Thumbs up. Enjoyed your chat with Craig Drescher yesterday. We've got plenty more of Drescher on these chats. So. Here we go, though. Right, so Carup off the line, please. So Carup takes us off. We'll keep an eye on these guys as they go round. And as per our request last time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try anyway. I'm going to try and focus on the one who's in front on whatever lap it is. And we'll just see how that goes. Okay, so let's see where they are. Carup is obviously not having the best of opening laps, so that would have dropped him certainly back past Orlowski and probably past Kovacic as well, which it does, and Newman. So it's Orlowski, so 2 cars forward if you can to Orlowski. There he is. So Orlowski currently top of the pack after 1 lap. Doing a 28.021. That is a quick opening lap. Orlowski does not want this one to get away from him. I think Michael's already got a TQ in 1 round, hasn't he? So with a TQ here, I think he's secured the TQ for the event. I think. It's Quao, though. Qualo's gone top of the pack after 2 laps. We'll stick with Orlowski for a minute. We'll just stick with Orlowski for a minute. So Quao did a 28.2. 28.6 for Orlowski on the one before. So it comes through again. See him at the top. Carup goes second. Kovacic goes second. Carup third. We'll just see what happens when Quao comes across the line. Because if Quao doesn't get back up to the top. So Quao back into third now overall. So we'll stick with Orlowski. I knew that was the right thing to do. Michael obviously running the Schumacher car. Comes through for another one. Carup's through for another one as well. But Carup only good enough for third at the moment. Kovacic in the 2 spot. Oh, Carup's gone right down. Wow. Okay. We'll stick with Orlowski, like I say, running the Schumacher. Hobbywing Electrics in it. Pretty sure he's got some Padal batteries. The reason I know that is because he's very, very active on social media. Great ambassador for Schumacher and the sport as a whole. Lovely guy to talk to. Really, really fast on the track. Totally dedicated to the sport. Oh, what a line over the ripples. Over the tumble wumbles. There you go. That's your 1. Doubles. Over the bridge. Punched it down for another one. So 6 in 2:49. Kovacic 6:2:49.5. Half a second between the top 2. So we'll keep an eye on it. Too sure where Kovacic is compared to Orlowski. Actually, Kovacic is the car not far behind Orlowski. So Orlowski's just been round the wall of death. Kovic's just been round the wall of death. So there's Orlowski across the line, and there's Kovic across the line. So Kovic just behind Orlowski at the moment. Orlowski's just pulled out about 1/4 of a second on that last lap. You can see them both in the picture there. So it's that first car over the ripples and the second car over the ripples. That is Orlowski and Kovic. So we'll try and keep an eye on both of them just to see what that gap's like. Impossible down there, Jim, right? That's just too wide. Oh, Kovic's gone. Kovic's gone, so Kovic's out. Kovic's out of contention for this one. For definitely, unless Orlowski has a absolute nightmare, that's going to put next lap round, that's going to put Quao up into the 2. Now it does he's got a couple of seconds there to Orlowski though, so it's a lot of time Quaylo's got to make up if he wants TQ in this round. Now, you know, the idea is just to get yourself into the A main. Holding that first position is pretty tough for a whole 5-minute run. So let's see where Kovic has ended up. So 9 laps for Kovic in 4:17, so 4th overall. Orlowski's still out in front at the moment, 9 in a 4:13 he's done, so he's just going to come over for the 10th now. So it'll be 11 laps for Orlowski, 5:09 predicted, it's about 4 seconds ahead of Carup on finishing times. But we're going to see what happens here. So you just saw Quao at the very edge of your screen there going over the single double. But we will see. I don't think Quaylo's got enough in the tank to take that much time out of Orlowski. I think Orlowski's probably going to secure TQ with an 11 in a 5:09 for Orlowski. Quao 5:12. Kovic 5:14, 5:15 for Carup, 5:16. Oh no, it's 5:17 for Newman, 5:16 for Noah Ben Mohammed. He is absolutely flying. Absolutely flying is Noah Ben Mohammed. Who else we got? Max Gotzel, 11 in a 5:22, 5:23 for Widmeyer, and Bayer does 11 in a 5:25. So every single one of this top heat putting 11 laps in. They know that without those 11 laps, they're not getting top 10 in this round. And you've got to have that. They've got to have those 11 laps in. Okay, you see the guys just checking out their times. Lovely camera position there, just under the timing screen. So we'll see these guys, how happy or disappointed they are with their finishing times. Noah Ben Mohammed not looking like he was too worried. Kirik has a quick look. There we go. Is that Quao? He's lost a bit of hair.
Stool police.
Oh, he was thinking about a stall and then he went, no stall for me.
We've actually got a stool on a stool. I think it's more of a drinks crate.
Wait a minute.
Actually, stools on stools is a new thing.
Unihatten and Davide Ongaro both on stools.
I'd go so far as to say it's unsportsmanlike. I'm going to say it. I've said it. Sorry. Sorry, but it is. Neil's looking quite suspiciously at us.
He would be. And Landon there, look, Landon had a little side glance at us too.
You don't give us side eye.
Almost as bad as the side boob I was giving everybody in the pit walk video yesterday.
Oh, you're too hard on yourself.
I'm not. I saw that video. In fact, maybe I'm being a bit hard on myself. Maybe I should be a bit harder on you on getting me a very, very small t-shirt. What size are you, Matt, before the competition? Oh, I'm a double XL, Matt. Double XL in pretty much everything, because I'm just a disgusting fat body. No, XLs and larges, that's what we've got here. One double XL shirt.
I sent double XL.
You said one double
All the
XL.
double XLs I had. The problem is James is also double XL and he's in Austria, so...
Listen, James is
You have to
not-
split them between you.
If James is fitting into a double XL, then they're big double XLs. Let's put it that way.
Rude.
Okay, just follow first one off the line, which should be Ongaro. Okay, and we'll just stick with the leaders in this one. We have had a request for Landon, so let's hope Landon can pull some laps together and we'll follow him round. Give him a little bit of love towards the end, just because he's been so good to us in the hotel. But this is Davide Ongaro in the Associated. Hobby Wing Electrics, of course, in that Associated. Clean opening lap of a 28.5 from Ongaro. Jamie Hall. Oh my goodness. He is on fire at the moment. He said he was happy with that four-wheel drive. Okay, so Ongaro up to the line, and then we're going to drop back to Jamie Hall. So just go back a few cars. I think that's Jamie Hall there. It was. Yes, it is. That's Jamie Hall there. So let's go with Jamie, because he was leading last night round, but now it's obviously, of course, as we swapped onto him, it's gone back to Ongaro. And we'll keep with Jamie just until the end of this lap. So he is looking very comfortable in that car right now. Now I know he's running the Reedy Electronics in the Associated there. So Jamie Hall does pick up the second spot just behind Ongaro until Rasmussen crossed the line to pick it up. Craggy's there. Van Helmen just goes past Crag. Oh, and Jamie's over. He's managed to wriggle that four-wheel drive back onto its wheels though. Okay, so I'll keep an eye out for him. Just over the first single, second and the double, up to the step up is Ongaro, going down the drop-off. Let's flick back to Ongaro because he's leading us out and having a nice run. And triple single over the ripples. Switchbacks. There we go. X-Tech 101 says, "Goo, Landon." I think we've got to get Pecco on at some point. So we'll just give Davide another lap or two, because we know just how consistent Davide is. What a line through there to get past the cone of justice. Lovely over the double doubles. Nice tight line round there over the bridge. Punches it down the straight. Okay then, so round the off camber. Oh, Tommy Hall putting in some laps. Van Helmond up to the 2. So Landon, Ivan and they're having a bit of a battle a bit further back down the field. Let's just, shall we just pick up who have we had the request for? I think it was Landon. So there's should be a bright orange car on the track somewhere. Let's see if I can find him. Just gone down the end of the second straight. First single and the double. There he is. So this is Landon. We've had a request for Alexander. As I said, telling us last night that they had gremlins in the car, electronic gremlins, which are the worst because you just can't see, you know, if it's like a crack in a bit of plastic or something like that, you just whip it out and replace it. But as it stands, electrical issues are pretty difficult to track down, so they just literally replaced everything, all of the wires. Okay, there goes Landon. Alright, well, what we'll do, because Ongaro is leading this one out,
We'll just find Ongaro for the last couple of laps. He still managed to maintain it at the front. There he is. Well done, Jim. Oh, that car's looking great round the corners there. Absolutely on rails. Drops it down. So he's coming up behind Neil Cragg. Now Craggy graciously gets out the way, as you'd expect from a people's champ. Around the wall of death. Neil just trying to hang on to the back of Davide. Oh, but Davide has got the legs on him. Lovely line over there. The car looking really nicely settled. Bobbling about a bit because the track is a difficult one. And Davide has finished 11 in a 5:15. So not going top of the pile. Rasmussen 11 in a 5:20, 11:5:21 for Tommy Hall. Pekka Voivinen 11:5:23, 5:26 for Boda. Van Helmond 5:26, 5:26 for Landon. 10 in a 5:04 for Craggy. Hatton 10 in a 5:12. 5:13 for Jamie Hall. So after a blistering start from Jamie Hall, he's dropped back, lost that 11th lap. Car does look good though. See those guys just checking the scores. Jens Otto Fredriksson says, I don't know. Superoos Matt, do you know what turn motors they're using? Now, I would agree with Coro there, normally 5.5 turn, normally. But I don't think these guys are pushing it that hard here. There aren't the straights that they need it for, and the four-wheel drives generate so much more forward drive. And we'll try and get Orlowski in. We'll find out off of him in a bit. See if we can get him in after the after we've done these next couple of heats, maybe.
Tara Pecco's mum says, yes, that was a good one, Pecco. Good stuff. That's what we like. Happy mums back home.
We do, although I don't seem to get the biscuits and cakes and knitted wear that other presenters have got on this show. So if you are out there and you're an RC mum or RC family type person, I do like cake. I do like cakes, and you never know, it might give me a bit of incentive to put your chosen driver on the stream. Not that I'm trying to bribe anyone.
Cake for question. Well, no. Cake for... I can't think of a good...
Cake for camera time.
Good phrase for it. Cake... There you go. Cake for camera time.
That's why we do it. Or socks. I always like a nice pair of socks.
Socks for screen time.
Oh.
Hey?
Lee Martin gave us a bit of side eye there. Did you see that?
Yeah, he didn't appreciate my gag at all.
He didn't. He almost spat on the floor. That was the only thing that look was missing. Come on, Michael. You can answer my question. Muzz, if you're listening, I think it's about time we had Michael Orlowski come in and have a chat with us, don't you? Maybe a little message to his inbox, Muzz. That'd be wonderful. Muzz obviously did some great work for us at Robin Hood. Did a bit of commentating and of course did helped me out absolutely no end with sort of running around, gathering drivers up, pointing them out in the pits for us. Really can't rate Muzz high enough for his help last year, and we, to be honest, miss him at the track this year. So it'd be lovely if he's at the next Euros. I know he is very, very busy with Schumacher, of course, one of the sponsors of our feed here. So you guys know who that is. That is Lee Martin out there. Ben Smith's put a quicker lap in than Lee, though. Excuse me. That's how shocked I was. Johansson also quicker than Lee. Gabrielensis also quicker than Lee. So, and Lee's had a tumble. Okay, he's not going to be too happy about that one. So Ben Smith, top of the pile at the moment. Lee's gone over again. And collected by another car. Marshall kind of hesitated, putting him down. He's pulled off in a grump. He's not happy. Okay, let's pick up Ben Smith. Ben Smith is leading this one out. There he is. Great when you start to learn the shells, isn't it? You just sort of go, there he is. Right, there is Ben. So Ben leading this one. Now Ben is on for 11 in a 5:17. If he can keep it cool, keep it calm, keep it on its wheels and rubber side down, Ben is on for a stonking time in this round. 2 seconds off on Garo. I mean, that'll put him in the top 10. That'll easily put him in the top 10. I'm convinced of it. And if it doesn't, I'm going to go and have a word with Wesley. Give him one of them right on the trumpet. Right, so Ben comes round the off camber, flicks it back round, triple single. Just catches the track marker on the way out of the switchbacks. Quite a wide line around the wall of death for Ben. Not afraid to just get on the power out of the bridge, though. You see a lot of drivers, they come out of the bridge, they absolutely power it up to that first kink, and then have to let off and power again, and it's like 0.2 of a second every lap that they lose out on the guys that can just power through. So we'll try and, if you just keep back from Ben so that you can see how his car reacts when he comes off of the bridge, you should see him just power all the way through it. It's a bit quick, really. Being there in person and watching it is maybe a bit different to watching it on the camera. And he's over! What a nightmare. I think Ongaro had a clean round to get that 5:15. 5:15 in. Let's see what the predicted time goes to after this. So Ben, before that crash, was predicted an 11 in a 5:16. And that's jumped up to a 5:26 now, so he's literally lost 10 seconds off of his predicted time with that one crash. Because it does it over average time over the whole length of the 5 minutes. So bit of a nightmare for Ben there. He will be disappointed with himself for that one. So far his only mistake. He is still leading this one out, though. Johansson is pretty close. So we'll see. Johansson will be over the line in a second. Just gone over the line there. Still behind Ben at the moment. So drop back actually about a second behind Ben right now. That's him, the green and white one. The one in front of them. There he is, around the wall of death. That's the single out to avoid the marshal, which is sensible driving. So Ben still at the top. Literally about a second ahead of Johansson at the moment. So he's going to have dropped himself down in the overalls. Let's see if we can pick up. No, don't worry. We'll stick with Ben. Just stick with Ben. I didn't look at the time on the clock there before I said to switch over. So we'll just stick with Ben out to the end. If we can pick up Johansson, who should be about across the line. No, he's crossed the line already. So last lap for Ben. He's going to want to make sure this one is as clean as possible. He went over 10 in a 4:52, so you're probably talking late teens, early 20s on the 5 minute run for his 11th lap. There you go, bang on. 11 in a 5:20. That wasn't too far out. 11 in a 5:23 for Johansson. Gabrielsen, 11 in a 5:23 also. About 0.4 back from Johansson. Luke Holdsworth, 11 in a 5:25. 5:26 for Josh Holdsworth. 10 in a 5 dead for Honegor. He'll be disappointed he couldn't get that extra second out of it. Gallett, 10 in a 5:09. 5:12, 10 laps for Tim Gibel. Sam Powell's 10 in a 5:12 as well. 0.1 of a second between those two. And Lee Martin, after 4 laps, decided he'd had enough of this one. There we go. So hello to all of you tuning in and getting involved in the stream. Thank you so much for all your likes and comments. Really, really spurs us on to do these shows for you guys. We love it when you get involved. Tell us what you're doing, where you're racing, who you're with. And don't forget, whilst you're doing it, like and subscribe to the YouTube channel, and every single time we do some content or release a live stream, you're going to get notified.
Ding
You're
dong.
just going to get notified. Ring my bell. Whilst you're doing that, you could have a look at the bottom of the screen and you could go, oh, these guys are clearly, they're bringing this. It's like it's in association. It must be with Schumacher Hobby, Wing X-Ray, Rogo.eu and S-Works. My God, they're like professional TV peoples. That's been the best joke of the week.
And EFRA.
Of course.
Go to EFRA.ws. Why don't you go and check out their website? Find out there's more classes to RC racing as well. There's large scale touring car is on right now. You can go and watch large scale touring car if you want. I would, you can. It's on.
You can. You could be
it's
one
the
of
European Championship. They're crowning 2 champions today, so we've done 1 already. We've done 2 in a week. They're doing 2 in a day.
Easy.
So
Easy.
Formula 1 and touring car for them.
Yeah. Yeah, you could be one of the 6 people watching the large scale. That'd be awesome. Join those guys.
No.
I joke, of
There's
course.
A few hundred.
I joke, of course. The large scale is massively, massively entertaining. All the races that I've watched on the large scale, they have been awesome. And it's because they look so, they look so much more realistic than the other, literally any other class, especially if you've got the on-road ones. The shells look like BMWs or Aston Martins or, Alfa Romeos, that sort of things, Audis, all kinds of stuff. But, yeah, they are great fun, and I joke, of course. And 10th Off-Road, clearly the premier class, but there are other classes out there that are incredibly popular. What's the other stream we've got going, Matt?
There's one in Austria.
There you go. There's also one in Austria.
Touring car, electric touring cars in Austria.
Now that will be thrilling. I mean, obviously, you don't turn us off to go there if you're already here. Stay. Enjoy the time we've got. Apicora says, Haiva Jamil. There you go. Alright, so we're on to heat number 8 now. Final round of qualifying. Oh, that's not the right sheet. That's the one. Okay, so we're going to stick with Loudenbach on this one, who is leading us out in the one. Oh dear, the Weird's gone top of the pile after 1 lap. But we'll stick with Loudenbach for a couple of laps. So we can see how quickly this changes at the beginning. So we need a few laps under our belts really to be a bit more confident about who we're going to follow. That lap back through. It is. It's Peters that's taken up the front to Weird. Oh no, it's Hamers. Hamers through. Crikey. Nowhere. So Rick Hamers in the 10 cars leading this round in this one. And as if by magic, we put the word out there, and look who's here with us. Only flipping Michal Orlowski. Let me just
check. You're going to say Paul Wesley then?
It's not Paul Wesley, no. It is the one and only Michal Orlowski. How you doing, bud?
I'm alright.
Yeah, going well today?
Yeah, it's quite cold today out there. Uncertain with the weather. The forecast keeps changing all the time, but we've been going strong in all conditions this week, so I'm just keeping an eye what's going on out there, and then I have everything prepared to change over to the wet conditions or to dry, so
excellent.
Just waiting to see what's going to happen.
Good stuff. And as far as overalls go, have you now TQ'd four-wheel drive?
Yeah.
There you go. Congratulations. So there you go. Michal Orlowski has TQ'd this portion of the event, and I'm guessing that must give you quite a lot of confidence to push through for the win. I know it's a very difficult track and it's going to be on mistakes. You know, we saw that in the two-wheel drive, but you know, you're looking solid out there from what we've seen of the car going round. Really looking good. What have you done to kind of improve it then over the week?
Yeah, it's been going well. Going to the last round, there was 4 guys that could TQ. So it's really a good confidence booster the last round. That I had a clean run, just drove away from everyone. So that was really cool. My car felt nice. We've been changing small bits here and there because of the changing track conditions.
Yeah.
After the rain, the track feels different every single time. To be honest, we didn't really find any magic in the setup. What we came here with was really good from the beginning, and just keeping an eye on what's going on out there and following with what we've learned over the past and with using our experience to get the car to the conditions and get it right for the wet, for the dry, or in between. And this track is really big, so there's a bit of elevation as well.
Yeah.
So certain parts of the track are staying wet a little bit longer than the others.
What's staying wet the longest out there?
Usually it's the lower part of the track on the right side at the end of the straight, but then the inside of that hairpin gets dry the first. So going through there, going really tight, you suddenly get loads of grip and loads of steering.
Right. Okay.
So if the conditions are mixed like that in the finals, it'll be very difficult to race.
Yeah.
But you know, in those conditions, that's when the drivers matter the most, and the best driver is going to win. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. 2 dry finals. There was also lots of rain in the forecast, but at the end it was fully dry. So we're just keeping an eye on it, and I'm excited to race it out.
Yeah, I think it's great that this morning we've managed to get through at least up until now without any rain. Yep. Because I think it's made these couple of rounds of qualifying just what they should be, rather than the mixed up rounds we have had in the past. I mean, we had who was it? It was Sylvan Gallo Selva from Heat 4 that TQ'd round 2. I mean, you know, you can't kind of deny the power of a rain assist with something like that, can you?
Yeah, I mean, he got lucky, and a few guys got lucky, but that's how racing is, and that's how the format works. And I'm glad they didn't cancel that round for whatever reasons, as I heard some people talking about it. So we're racing outdoors in Netherlands, where everyone knows that the rain is a common thing at this time of the year, and it's very it keeps changing the weather here. So we look at the forecast, and then in 20 minutes it's already different, and there's some new clouds appearing, some rainy clouds. So it's how it is, and basically us drivers, we need to stay on top of the conditions and be prepared for all the conditions out there, and that's how the racing is here. And I enjoy it. It's an additional factor and then a challenge, but I mean the best guys are still the top 10. I mean, it is not all the best guys that are here. So it didn't really mix up the field, I would say.
No, it might have bumped a few people up a couple of finals or so. But,
in the back, yes.
You know, I don't think because you've got to back up that one with something other than a 65.
Yeah. I was hoping that there would be another round like that, so we would see some funny names in the top 10. But
it would have been funny. I mean, it would have skewed the results a bit, but it would have been for comedy value.
Yes.
Many clips would have come out on that one. What's your sort of plan of attack in the finals then? So, because we saw with the 2-wheel drive with Jorn, he came straight out of the blocks and he just went for it. So he was making up a lot of time over the ripples. So the triple single there, he made up loads of time in that. He was literally on the lap. You could see that bit was where the gap was. And then you'd all stay about the same the rest of the lap, and then you get there and you get a little bit of a gap, and it was quite good to watch. Are you going to go for it as well? Are you just going to plough it out from the very start, or have you got a little bit of tactics to try and hold everyone back against each other to cause the mayhem behind you and give you the break, or what's the?
Usually it's just start, pull away, have a clean run, and finish first. That's usually the plan. But depending on the conditions and how the race plan pans out, then it all changes. So I'm going to adapt to what's going on the track, but I'm not looking back. I have a clean track in front of me, so I just need to keep everyone behind, and I have the pace to pull away, and my car has been feeling really good and very easy to drive, and it's been awesome all week, both cars. So I'm just trying to do a clean run, stay in front, look forward. Doesn't matter who's behind me. It's just concentrate on my own race. But it started raining right now, so.
Is it starting? Oh, it has. It has started to. A very, very fine mist of a rain is now coming down on the track, as we can see here. I doubt very much you'd be able to see it on the camera very well, but it's certainly a very, very fine mist that's coming down right now. So this is going to affect things going forwards from this point, but it's obviously not going to affect the top 10 anymore. Hence why we run these in different orders, because now you can imagine if we'd started with Heat 1 in this round, by the time you guys got on, this would completely skew it again. So this is the idea of running them in different ways and starting the staggered starts and starting halfway through a heat, running it backwards, because then everybody gets that chance to have those bits of the track and the changes in the weather come to them. Now, Michael, we had a quick chat, not yesterday, the day before. We had a little interview over by the banner, which was great. We played that this morning. Unfortunately, Matt back in the UK, not me, the other one, cut off the little bit that we had about Orlowski Racing Line.
Oh no.
So tell us about Orlowski Racing Line. Tell us what's new, what have you got coming up, what bits have you got on the car of your own, what's the deal with it, how's it all going?
Yeah, it's a new shop me and my dad built. It's an online shop, and my dad has helped me a lot with it, and he's taken care of things, and it's just a thing we wanted to do for the customers, for my friends as well in Poland. Loads of them have been asking me if I can sort some stuff for them or source them from Europe or just different brands. So I thought, why not just do it in a proper way, have a proper website. And I've always had a thing for business and online shops, online businesses. So it's really cool to have my own website, my own web shop, and have the products there. And people have been really enjoying the looks of it and what we've been doing on social media with it. As that's a big part of every business these days. So it's just something we wanted to do to help the people we know, and then also have built a customer base and just basically help people around RC get the stuff they need for their own racing. So we've started with MR33 hot race tires and Power GT servos.
Okay.
So stuff I've been using and I've been really enjoying them for some time now, actually for quite a long time. And we'll be just growing the line of brands we'll have in stock. We just started small, started steady to see what people like and what people need. So there's definitely more and more brands coming once there's more and more customers.
Of course, you got to expand it as the need is there.
Yeah, and the website looks good. I really like it. Social media is good, so it's been going very well so far, and I'm really happy about it. And it's really cool to see people walking around in my t-shirt or getting orders. For example, I brought some orders here to the track. Some people needed some stuff for this week, so it's been it's really cool. I have notifications on my phone whenever there's an order on the website, and it's always like very heartwarming when I get one, and then I check if I know the person. And it's
cool. A little bit of extra discount.
Yeah. I've been very kind to my customers. My dad has been a little bit angry with me as I've given away loads of discounts at the moment. But it's
you've
been
got to hook them in at first, right?
Yeah. So it's nice, but my main focus is racing, and that's what I do. That's what I focus on. But I'm also trying to help my dad with it, and he's basically looking after things. And some of my friends, like non-RC friends, have been helping me as well, packing orders. So it's really very, very nice experience so far, and I hope it grows steadily, and we'll have more and more customers.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, on that note, we've spoken to sort of Craig Drescher, Bruno Quao, and a number of Wesley Van Helmen, and a number of the other drivers around here, and every single one of them says that your dedication to racing, the time you put into practice, the amount of travel you do, all of that must take a toll, and it's inspiring to watch you do it, because you seem to always be at a track, or always be somewhere, or doing something. I'll see the next thing I see on Facebook is you getting on the next plane, and then another plane, and you're like, oh my god! But how do you motivate yourself? How do you keep yourself motivated for that?
To be honest, it comes naturally. I think the COVID break from racing was really good for me. I was finishing school at that time, and then I had a track 1 hour from my house where I was for maybe 3 days a week, maybe even more. Like, I've spent loads of time at that track, and also I had friends in Warsaw going there as well when everything was closed, schools were closed. So, for example, me and Bartek Zambrzycki, that doesn't really race anymore, but we were basically at the track with our laptops on and books from school, and we're practicing and then attending online lessons at that time, and it was a very nice experience for me. And also before that, my dad usually rented on my cars. I didn't really bother about it, and I was just I preferred to hang out with my friends and play around.
Of course.
But then going to the track without him, it taught me a lot how to work on the cars and how to prepare them, and also obviously my dad taught me a lot of things about it, and Tris as well. So I've become extremely independent because of that time during COVID, when I was working on the car by myself and testing a lot, and I was able to develop our platforms quite a bit on carpet. And also myself, I've never practiced in my life because I always attended school in between races, so I would come back from a race on Monday, go straight to school from the airport. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday I was at school, and then I was picked up from school on Thursday to go to the airport to the next race. When the guys I was racing against, they were practicing during the week or going testing to these tracks. So I was never able to do that, and during COVID I was able to go to the track and practice a lot, which I think helped me a lot with my driving, and and I've always been doing different classes, which Bruno is doing as well, and we're kind of two guys in RC that basically have a transmitter in their hands, and whatever car is on the track, we can drive it. And then me and Bruno, we have a really good team behind us, and without the team behind the driver, we're not able to do that many classes, because Bruno's main focus is touring car, I guess, and he's able to do that by himself. But for example, for me, doing touring car and doing 12 scale, I don't have as much knowledge as I need to be competitive. So I have Andy and Mattia in the touring car department helping me with that. In off-road, I have loads of experience, so I can do that by myself, but I have Tris with me. Now doing 8 scale, Tris is there with me, helping me. 12 scale, Andy is doing everything for me. So I've learned a lot by myself, but doing all those different classes, it's really important to have that team behind me. And I think that's why I'm able to be on top everywhere I go, and for Bruno is the same. So it's really cool, because I feel like maybe this week has been a little bit weaker for Bruno so far, but before this week, for most of the year, everywhere we went, doesn't matter which category, we're racing each other for the win. So we have our own little rivalry between us, with loads of respect, and yeah, I really enjoyed the relationship I have now with Bruno on and off the track. And
you can see with most of the drivers out there when you're going around, you do, although there's rivalry, and it is, it's a hard rivalry on the track. You can see, as well as that, it's coupled with a great respect and a great understanding for how much time you all put into to being where you are.
And I was waffling for a long time, and I forgot the question, but it was about the motivation, I think. And yeah, since COVID, the results have been really good, and I think putting the effort in and then seeing it pay off and getting the results I've been getting since the COVID break. Basically fighting for the win at every single race I'm going to, and now the touring car platform from Schumacher is very, very strong, and everywhere we go to, we are also fighting for the wins. We've won the last 2 ETSs, and now we've been preparing for the touring car Euros in 2 weeks in Germany.
Nice.
Currently, my team is in Austria at ETS round 2. Unfortunately, there was a clash with this event, so I couldn't attend it, but Mattia has been going extremely strong in both modified and stock, being in top 5 in both of them after practice. So yeah, the hard work I put in, I agree, I put a lot of effort into it, but then I see it pay off, and even if something happens that I don't win, for example on Wednesday in Tour Drive, we didn't win that, but I knew that the pace I've shown over those 3 days, it was all because of the hard work I put into it, and with my team. I mean, me and Daniel, we worked really hard for this event, and for him it's been paying off as well here, and he's been going very, very strong. So I have a lot of passion for the sport. I've been doing it for a long time, but still driving around different tracks, traveling around the world, it can get tiring, all the flights and drives around Europe, and not being at home most of the time. This gets really tiring, but then getting the results and showing the speed we have in our products, and then seeing how many customers Schumacher has right now, and how many people I can help at the track. I mean, now we're one of the biggest teams, the best maybe as well, but I want to say biggest teams at the 10th scale off-road races we're going to. But when I joined at the end of 2014, we were maybe 2 or 3 guys sent by the factory to the events, and since then we've grown a lot. We have a really good team of the pro drivers, the factory drivers, and I'm really enjoying all the races I'm going to, and then touring car is going well. 8 scale is going extremely well with our little project me and Tris have. 12 scale, our platforms are very strong, so all the hard work we put into it, then we see the results, and it motivates me even more. For example, like winning a race motivates me a lot, and then losing a race as motivates me, I think, as much as winning. So
Of course, yeah.
I always have this in the back of my mind that if I'm the fastest at the race, or we're at the top of that current category, we know we need to keep working even harder right now to stay there. And that's kind of my mindset at the moment. The first half of 2023 has been ridiculous in terms of results for myself. With the races we've won in the last 6 months, but it makes me work even harder rather than chilling out at home and waiting for the next race. I want to work even harder to stay on top of the races and of the podium, and
yeah, of course.
That's how it works. And when you need to work hard to win those races.
Of course you do. It comes with the territory, doesn't it? You don't get there for free.
Yeah.
And you know, most of the best things in life, you have got to put the effort in to get them, and if you do, the rewards are there for you. Now, I did have a chat with Trish about the 8th scale car, and he said to me that he guarantees that next year we'll have a Schumacher 8th scale. Would you say that's right?
I'm sure he didn't say that.
He didn't say guarantees, but he said he definitely wasn't this year. So we know it's not this year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to mean next year it's coming, right?
I guess we'll see. We'll be here next year at the eBuggy Euros.
Yeah.
So
and that's going to be on this track?
Yes.
Right, brilliant.
So people are gonna see what we come here with. But it's a nice project for me and Tris. We enjoyed it a lot, and we've worked very, very hard for the Euros a few weeks ago in Germany, and then obviously went very well for us. So we know that we're doing the right thing and we're on the right path, but we need to keep working hard to develop a good platform that we can share with our customers. And I think loads of people are excited, so I'm really excited as well to finally have it ready for our customers as a Schumacher car.
I know you've wanted one for a long time.
Yes, and when that's going to be, I don't know, but we keep working on it, and hopefully as soon as possible.
Excellent. Keep us up to date.
Can I ask a question?
Well, we've had one come through on the stream, actually, but yes, go for it.
Michal, are you going to do the eBuggy World Cup in Portugal?
I'm not sure yet, because it's right after the 10th Scale Worlds in Arizona. I think is the weekend after, so we'll probably come back from Arizona probably Tuesday, and then Wednesday we'll have to fly out to Portugal, where the car where the car I run at Germany is now retired, and it's really difficult for us to make the parts to make basically a replica of it. So I have something to race with, because it was a one-of-a-kind car. So we are working hard to build another one, but I don't think we'll attend that race.
That's a shame.
Okay.
Shame. Now, you got any others, Matt?
Just people on the stream are saying they're looking forward to seeing Americans watching are looking forward to seeing Michael in America for the Worlds. A question. I don't know if this is the one you were going with, but has Michal been standing on a stool on the driver's stand? And please, you've got to be honest about this, because this is a serious one.
We've had a number of drivers, just to fill you in on the story here. We'll just flick over onto that. There we go, onto that camera there. So you see all the stools at the stands, and you can see there are some questionable height drivers on stools. Now, I know a couple of days ago they were pretty strict on who was standing on stools, but what's your feeling on Stoolgate?
Yeah, I heard the arguments on the driver's stand on the first day, that they were letting drivers over whatever height to stay on the stool for I don't know which reason. I don't know, safety or something like that. But I've been blessed, and I have a pretty good height, so I don't need a stool here. And when I was younger, I always stood on a stool.
Yeah.
But I think for a few years now, I've I have had a really good height, so I'm tall enough to not need a stool. And probably if I stood on a stool, I would be hitting the
You'd be
the ceiling,
underneath the ridge on the top.
Yes. So yeah, I'm not using one, but I think probably more than half of the top 10 is on one.
Yeah, it does look like
So
it.
if someone takes me out, I can just kick the stool beneath him. And
They're easier to push over the railing when they're on a stool.
no, I wouldn't do that.
just kick them off it.
Yes.
Okay, nice. Well, there you go. There's your answer on Stoolgate. Just kick them off. Michael Orlowski says, current TQ at the four-wheel drive EFRA 10th Buggy Euros 2023. A joke, of course. Don't do that to anyone. What's the plans next then? Where are you off to after this?
I'm going to Italy next weekend.
Yeah.
So I think on Thursday I'm flying to Italy to prepare for the Touring Car Euros in Germany, which are in the following weekend. So they start, I think, on the 2nd of August.
Yeah.
So I need some time to prepare with the team. Hopefully they will wrench on my car and get it ready for the Touring Car Euros, as I don't have too much experience with that.
Nice. So you're not too confident for the win there, then?
I am.
Oh, you are? Okay.
I am, yeah.
Always more confidence on working on the car.
Yeah. I can work on the car, obviously, but making sure it's all perfect, which is very important in touring car. I prefer to give that to Mattia or Andy, and they can do it for me, and then I can just work on it during the race. But yeah, I'm really confident actually for it. We've been going very strong in touring car recently on carpet and tarmac.
Yeah,
I was there testing at the same time as Ronald and Bruno, together with the X-ray team, and we could compare our lap times. But obviously in touring car, like here, I mean, it always changes from testing or the warm up to the actual race. There's always something different. And everyone is working behind the scenes to get faster. So we'll see how it goes. I'm full of confidence, but I also know that I guess Bruno or Ronald are probably the favorites. But I'm confident I can fight with them and win.
Excellent, good stuff. Well, you are pretty much the guy to beat at, I'd say, most of the events, pretty much all of the events that you enter. So regardless of top spot on the podium or not, you know that you're the man everybody wants to take off that podium, because you're going to get it. You're going to get it at some point. Hopefully this weekend, and then we can see a stream sponsor take the title, which would be lovely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's been going on at the 10th scale off for the Euros for the last few years. That was my first title in 2015 at Robin Hood when I was 13 years old. So that was 8 years ago, and since then I haven't won the 10th scale off for the Euros again. I was on the podium every single year, at least in one class, and always very close. But there was always something happening in the finals or during the event, and that would prevent me from the win. So it has been very frustrating, but I think over the last year I've matured even more with my mindset and the results I've been having. So I don't really mind, that I haven't won these Euros for a long time. I've been winning other races, and of course it's one of the most important events of the year, but I'm gonna go for it. But if it doesn't happen now, then I always have this mindset that if it doesn't happen now, then maybe I'll win the Worlds this year. I'll win some other big event in return. So I have something like that in my head, but I'm hoping I can bring the win later today.
Excellent. Well, we are always rooting for you.
Thank you.
No worries. It's been a pleasure, Michael. Thank you so much for coming in and having a chat. I'll let you get back to doing some work on the car. I'm sure you've got bits to do.
Yeah, I mean, it started raining now, so I guess I need to change over. But this truck seems to dry quite quickly, so...
It's not done too bad, and there's a little bit of a break coming up after this round anyway, so there's a chance. But, yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're a star. Thank you, mate. Good luck. We'll be watching. There we go. Michael Orlowski, current TQ. Thank you, mate. It was brilliant. Current TQ. I'd say current TQ. TQ. No current about it. Actual, genuine, bona fide TQ of the four-wheel drive event. Michal Orlowski. So it was good to have a chat, get a catch up about his shop and bits and bobs like that, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, great to hear from him.
Yeah, there you go. I told you we get some non-British people in today.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Well, that's
more
one.
Than welcome.
Is that one? We need some more.
Right, that's it. I'm going to use my Jedi mind powers. Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. There we go. And just like that, Bruno Quao joins us. Bruno, come on in. They're going to be warm because Michael's just had them on. But please, come and... Maybe
I get some speed.
Yeah, it's catching, right? Okay. Joining us now from the X-Ray team, Bruno Quao. How you doing?
Hello. All good?
Yeah.
Getting better, slowly better.
It looks it out there. Where are you now? Where are you sat?
I have a second and a fifth. And
okay.
The thing is, everything is messed up. So honestly, I think I will have a 6 overall still. With the second and the, because like many guys have like a 3 and a 3, a second and a second, and they still are like 4th and 5th because it's so messed up everything. So
yeah, I got you. At least, I mean, I said to Michael, we had Sylvan Gallo Selva TQ from Heat 4.
Yeah.
You know, in round
it's also mix the things up a little bit.
But I don't think really, when you look at the top 10s, I don't think anybody in there has been too affected by that second.
Yeah, it was, luckily it was only one round.
Yeah. And I mean, it could have been different in this one. If we'd gone 1 to 11, rather than 11 to 1, you guys would have had the wetter track.
Same, yeah, exactly the same, yeah.
You know, that's it's luck of the draw with these outdoor events a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's hard to... It's even hard for the rules to make something that is fair for everyone, you know.
Yeah.
Like to stop and then to start after, then all the conditions are the same compared to before. How can you know that? You know.
Yeah.
So it's really, when it's outdoor, it's really difficult to find something good for everyone.
Of course, because it's changing all the time. When the sun comes out, the clouds come over, the wind picks up, drops. You know, there's so many variables out here, and it can be just round after round the changes come through. So. I mean, what do you guys do to prepare for those sort of changes when you're going through a round?
Yeah, I think even on this event is even more difficult because we only can mark one chassis.
Yes,
so we cannot really change the car like for a different car. We need, which is make no sense in those days because you can change the blocks. You know, like the front block, rear block. You know, and actually you change completely the car.
Yeah.
It's just the work you have to do. So I think in the future. That rule should be changed, and especially on these kind of events when it's outdoor and you need to have a wet car and a dry car because the setup changed dramatically. And everyone actually has a second car normally for wet conditions.
Yeah, of course.
That normally is like a kind of old car.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And you just put that car in, and you don't need to have all the work or disassembling all the car and changing for the other car.
Yeah.
So I think that rule should be changed for the future, which is complete no problem. I think in those days everyone has a second car. But yeah, basically we try to make the car as soft as possible, easier to drive. You know, like soft suspension, softer anti-roll bars, the diffs as well, soft. Also the car a little bit more flexible to generate more traction. Because also the tires we can run are the same as the tires we run on dry, which are quite hard. So we have really zero traction when we drive on the wet conditions. So the car is really important for the wet conditions.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, we've mentioned a few times over this weekend with a few of the people we've spoken to that maybe it's time. Oh, sorry, we've just seen someone do the triple on the first jump there. So I think, you know, a lot of the guys have said maybe it's time that we look at that tyre rule just to say, okay, if it's declared wet, then there's a wet tyre there to at least give you guys a fighting chance.
Yeah, as I said, I think outdoor events are always difficult, and especially when you have control tires. it's difficult to have a rule that can make everyone happy, and there will be always one moment that is not fair for someone.
Of course.
You know, it happened with us when Michael finished first on that wet round that we had. He finished first, but still overall that round he was 20th overall.
Yeah.
So, and was someone from the group 4 that normally they are like 2 seconds slower than us per lap. Yeah. So we TQ'd. And I mean, it wasn't fair, but still, you know, it's what can we do? We cancel all rounds.
Exactly.
It's difficult to with the rules we have to make something different and fair for everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. And there's, you know, with so many people here, and you know, so much that can change, and so many little parts to the you know, so many rules to consider. You know, at what point do you draw the line? You know, I think you've got to somewhere go, no, this is the cut off, and outside of that is outside the rules.
Yeah.
But like you say, you're not going to please everybody with doing that sort of thing, and I don't think you can or should expect to. Really.
Yeah, it's a unique event, and I think that's why there is no one winning all the time.
Yeah.
Because it's, you know, everything is changing. Track conditions are changing. Some years, some are strong in some tracks. Some years, some others, you know, are strong in different tracks. You know, that's it. It's like the conditions change so much, and this track particularly is very difficult. Really very difficult.
How many titles have you got for the Euros now?
Titles? I think 2. 2. I mean, not the total. So in this category, in the four-wheel drive,
just
two
in
drive.
the 4 and 2.
2 times.
2 times.
Yeah.
Just both 4-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you had a 2-wheel drive.
No, I never.
Oh, one that you haven't got.
I think one day I win a big 2-wheel drive race, I will make a party. At home, I will invite everyone and make a party.
No, as long as you invite us as well. That's amazing.
I will do to make sure everybody celebrate. Yeah. No, 2-wheel drive is very difficult for me. I struggle a lot with 2-wheel drive. Not the car itself, but I feel like it doesn't suit my driving style. You know, because I'm more aggressive. I'm more like going to the corner hot. You know, like sliding and everything. And the 2-wheel drive kind of not allows it.
Yeah.
There are very small conditions where it can work. You know, so especially on the carpet, it can work in some tracks. So it means I need to completely change my driving style, which in certain moments it will kind of make me slow or make a mistake, because I will escape from I need to think about not doing it, you know.
Yeah, of course.
And of course, if I'm fighting or if I'm doing something more stressful, I will make a mistake because I'm going back to what normally I am. Yeah. So I think that's why I struggle so much with 2-wheel drive normally. But I mean, that's it. We need to work and try to make the setup to fit my driving style.
Of course. Of course. But I mean, you race so many classes that switching between them must almost come naturally. So 2-wheel drive must be your sort of your Achilles heel in a way, the tough spot for you then.
Yeah, for me it's very difficult. I think it's the most difficult class I ever drove. Like it's really all the time I struggle with 2-wheel drive. I need to be focused like 200%. The car needs to be perfect for me to make a good result.
Wow.
Like the 4-wheel drive normally, even if the car is not so good, even if I don't like so much track, I'm able to make a good result, like a top 5, top 3. But with 2-wheel drive, everything needs to be like all needs to be perfectly set for me to be fighting for the win.
Yeah, and we've said this through the stream that the amount of work that goes into these cars to make sure that if you want to compete at that level, you've got to put that work in. You've got to be the guy that's rebuilding the shocks between a round, or redoing your diff if it's not quite right, or adjusting your pills in your back to just your toe in and toe out, that sort of thing. You've got to have the mindset to be able to do all of that.
Yeah, it's a kind of category that you need to know all the small details, because it has only 2-wheel drive. That is why it's a 2-wheel drive, and the amount or the percentage of traction you can generate by small settings is so much. That if you gain 5% or 10% more of traction or something, you go so much faster.
Yeah.
So it's not like 4-wheel drive that to gain 5% of traction, you need to work really. It's not so difficult, and if you do, you don't gain so much.
Yeah.
In 2-wheel drive, if you do it, the difference is really huge. And if you see in the past, the good 2-wheel drive drivers, the ones that were all the time on the top, they normally they are only focused on that class, and they only do that that class well. Then in four-wheel drive they are not so well. They are not driving so well or not so fast. But two-wheel drive they are really experts on it, because it's a kind of category where all small details count to make it faster and faster.
Yeah, of course. And it seems like that, to be honest. I mean, I know these four-wheel drives are sort of a little bit more highly strung in a way, just because they're a more aggressive drive. But I think the two-wheel drives are, like you say, the more accurate pinpoint class, where you really have to, those slides in the corners don't help, whereas with a four-wheel drive you can kind of power through it. A two-wheel drive sliding around the corner is just losing time all the time.
Yeah, it's not the class that allows you to do that.
Yeah.
The four-wheel drive allows you to do that, allows you to have many different kind of driving styles. Two-wheel drive, it doesn't really allow you, and even if you have a not so good car, a very good driver cannot really make huge difference on it, And I think it's four-wheel drive is more that kind of thing. Like a very good driver, even if you have a not so good car, is able to make it very well.
Okay, so we've got a question for you actually that's come through, and do you know what? It's an interesting question, because we just heard from Michael about the relationship between the drivers up there, and especially the sort of top drivers that you guys go around the world with, and you see at many events together. And we know that in the past, yours and Michael's relationship might not have been the smoothest road out there. So Michael says you've got great respect for each other. You do a lot of stuff together. You're really good friends now. Is it the same for you? Do you feel like he's a good guy to have around the track these days, or how's the feel in the pits between you now?
I mean, I never had any problem with Michael.
Oh, okay.
I think it was just sometimes when you are more together with some people that don't like you, then you see the other person in a different way because you don't know him.
Yeah.
And I think the thing here was Michael, maybe in the past he was thinking different about me, but as soon as he started to be more time with me, he had a different opinion about me. Our relation changed a lot since then, and we have a very good relation now. And that's why I think the people that talk bad about me don't know me.
Yeah, I would agree. I would absolutely agree with you.
If they really know me, so I just think if you don't want to talk bad about me, just know me first.
Yeah.
And then you can say your opinion. But if they talk bad about me, I think they don't know me well. And Michael, I think, was one of those guys that he never talked bad about me, but I think he didn't really wanted to have that connection, But as soon as that connection started, he saw that I was not that guy that maybe was told.
Yeah.
And then it changed completely our way to react together. So now, I mean, we are in completely different brands in terms of the cars.
Yeah.
And we share setups, we share many things in terms of electronic and everything, and we talk very frequently, we test together and everything. I mean, like normal people.
Yeah.
But in the past, I felt like there was a barrier, and I was already here, so it was not a barrier was not made by me, but just he never really approached it. But now we start to have that relation, and we are very good friends.
Excellent. And I can remember myself years ago, because we had you on the podcast, if you remember. I think you've been on a couple of times with us when we did the State of RC and the Big Blue Tent. And I can remember there was some events where, people were questioning some of the overtake moves you'd done and things like that. And for me, I was like, wow, Bruno must be a really tough character. He must be really hard and must be sort of difficult to get on with. And I was like, got to get him on the podcast and have a chat with him. And I can remember that episode, putting the phone down to you after that and just being completely blown away at how wrong my opinion could be about someone. Because you are a really nice guy on the track and off the track, to be honest. So if you have got a funny opinion about Bruno, come and talk to him. Come and talk to Bruno. Come and get to know him. He's a lovely guy. So there you go. That's the relationship between him and Michael. What else have we got? Is Bruno a stool abuser? Now,
still what?
A stool abuser. So up on the rostrum, we've got lots of stools. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we're seeing lots of people that are quite tall stood on the stools. And I know that there was a big kick-off about people standing on stools. So do you use a stool?
I use, but I'm 160.
Are you?
I mean, it was a funny thing on team manager meeting, because I'm the team manager for Portugal.
Yeah.
And the thing is that fence, I think is the name, I don't know, what can we call it? It's super high on the driver's stand.
Yeah.
And really, it's the rules of Netherlands that they need to have such a high thing if there is something higher than... for safety.
Okay.
So, but the problem is, it's way too high for us. And my point on the meeting was to say, okay, this is a European Championship, so it's not the Nationals of Netherlands, let's say. If we have all people from Europe and from Portugal, we are like Asians. So I think the average height is like 160, 150, 160. How can I see? I see behind the fence. So I feel like I'm in the jail driving a RC car. So I cannot really. I need something to go higher. The problem is the rules of EFRA says only if you are less than 160, you can use it.
Yeah.
But then there was, like Netherlands people were like, but this is the rules, and then EFRA also you cannot use these. And I say we need to have common sense now. I mean, we need to use it, and in the hand we use it, and I think it was the best for all. But I mean, the high guys that still use it, they should not use it. I mean, it needs to be a common sense about it.
There are a few questionable ones up there, I must admit, but. From what we've seen, it's mostly the younger guys that are picking them up.
Yeah, I'm using as well, but I'm super small. I need to drive like with the arms super high to keep on the rhythm. It's very weird.
We'll keep an eye out for you. Next time you go up, because you can see the camera we've got up there, so that, where is it? That one there will show us. Next time you go up, just give us a wave.
I will try to remember.
I know you're thinking about other stuff when you're up there. What's next for you then, Bruno? What's coming up for you after this?
So now I have a week free. This week is coming, and then I have the European Championship in Germany.
Okay.
110 on road.
Yes.
Electric.
ETS.
No, European Championship.
Is that not the ETS?
ETS is happening now.
Oh, my God. What's the matter with me?
In Aigen, in Austria.
Yes, of course it is.
So it's the European Championship.
I'm surprised Matt, the other Matt that's in our ears, he'll come through in a second.
Hello.
There he
is.
Hello. He's in the UK doing all of this. I'm sure he would have picked up that on the ETS there, wouldn't you, Matt?
Yeah, ETS is currently live on RC Racing TV, as well as the large-scale touring car, as well as the 1/10th Buggy.
Wow.
I know which one I like watching. All of them.
There's one more question on the feed. Do you want to just ask that one before we let Bruno go?
Yeah, if Bruno's got time.
You got time for one more?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, go on, go for it.
So a question from Rimfire is saying, obviously when you go and race in America, you obviously race a lot around Europe, but when you go to a big event in America, is there some X-Ray team drivers whose driving style is similar to yours that can help you with setups and stuff?
Yeah, Ty Tesman.
Okay.
He has a very we have a very similar driving style. Like he's pretty aggressive, and he wants all the time the car to have a lot of steering. So I think that like normally we share, our setups are very similar. In all races we have been together, not a lot, but all the races we have been together, our setups are always very similar.
Okay, great stuff. Anyone who's completely not like you then? Who's the least like you on the scene? Bayer?
No, Bayer no. I think probably Alex in touring.
Oh, okay.
We kind of like go away from each other in terms of setup.
Yeah.
Like we share a lot of things. Like during the practice for the whatever race we are, we share like I tested this and the car did this. We share a lot of things. But in the hand, we finish always with the complete different setups because I have a different driving style than he has, so we have different setups.
Cool. There you go. Right, Rimfire says, very cool. Huge Thai fan. Thanks very much for the answer, Bruno.
You're welcome.
Superstar. Right, we will let you get back to your pits. I'm sure you've got... well, the rain has stopped, so maybe not a full rebuild for the rain now.
Probably not. We'll see. We are ready for that.
No, son. You've been a star, as always. We're going to be watching you out there, Bruno. I wish you the best of luck for this one. Hopefully another title under your belt. Michael's going to be going for it as well, man, so stick on him.
Thank you.
Take care. See you soon. Brilliant. Thank you, mate. There you go. You can't say that I don't answer your wishes and fulfill them. Young Matt with 1T. You asked for Bruno.
I feel very fulfilled. Good. Thank you.
Good. Luckily, we've done that in time to see the last 2.5 heats go through.
Yeah, it's great. And also, the great thing as well is we can package up some nice little podcasts from those interviews as well. So.
Okay, yeah. Oh, you got Drescher yesterday, you got Orlowski, we got Bruno. Yeah, not bad, eh? Not bad. Not bad for an old, bold, slightly fat guy that likes
That's no way to talk about Bruno.
He's got much more hair than I have. Much more hair. Well, I must admit, though, Drescher's starting to get a bit of a receding hairline.
Oh, I'm sure he'll love to hear that from you.
Well, I don't know if he's around the track at the moment. He's going to come running through the clothesline in a minute.
Well, for years, I think his Facebook profile picture was Gary Barlow, so I think he fancies himself as a bit of a Gary Barlow lookalike.
He is a Gary. We call him the Fat Gary Barlow.
Oh, wow.
But the General is obviously a much nicer name for him, of course.
Yeah,
of course. All right, so that was who was that? That was heat number 3 that had just been out there. So we've got heat 2 coming up next. It's penultimate heat of the final round of qualifying. Let's see. Did I?
Penultimate, yeah. Oh,
I did.
We got
but it wasn't the penultimate though.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah. You get the penultimate one on every round.
Another tongue.
Of course, they love a tongue. Ask them.
People are getting wise to it. Apart from that silly boy that was doing rude signs into the camera.
It was
Other
awful,
than that,
wasn't it? I wonder what country he was from. Should we report him to the team manager?
I think we should. Yeah. I think he should have his stool removed, banned from stools. It is a good point, though, that Bruno makes, that obviously you can say the height is 160, but if they make the railings 150... There's no rules around the height of the railing.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. So there you go. You can see why the rule has now been obviously relaxed for some of these drivers. So Stoolgate is now over. We now know why lots of people are on stools. And it's because the Dutch have extremely rigid safety rules about railing heights over a certain height. So we always say safety first, then teamwork. So we like that. We like safety, and we now like stools.
We do. And railings. Bruno feels like he's driving an RC car in jail. I love that. That was a good quote.
Only quick question to ask what time the mains are expected to start. So I think these are Central European times that I'm going to give you. If not, Matt will correct me. Practice for the first A final. So it's just a practice. It doesn't mean anything. It's just them practicing. That's going to be at 2:20 or 14:20 this afternoon. Yeah. We then have an hour's break. So there's a big old hour break. And then we've got A final number 1. A final number 2, funnily enough, is an hour after that at 4:20. And then an hour after that, A3 at 5:20. So go for car 1 on this one. And there we go, just one ahead of that one. One ahead of that one, mate. There he is, up the step up there. Lovely. So that's De Brossi, sorry. And we're going to see how this goes. Single, double for the first time in the final round of qualifying. Not the final heat, final round. So there we go. De Brossi comes through with a 31.2 on that opener. There we go, down the bank. Round the off camber. Flicks it back. Triple single. Lovely. Very nice through there. And it clambers over the track marker on the corner of the switchbacks, but didn't lose too much time. We'll see what this lap is. It's going to be 31.7. So a little bit of a let off there. It's Brent Daniels that comes through with this one. We're going to go one more lap with De Brosses. Because, you know, how much this can change in a few laps. So we'll give De Brosses a little bit more love in this one before we flick over onto Daniels. Okay, I think Daniels is the one back from that. So one car back, just gone over the line there. There we go. So actually the first one you're on there, Wonder Jim. You knew who was going to be winning this one before they even started. That is how intuitive Wonder Jim is on the camera. As if by magic, Daniels is now in second spot. I don't think that's going to be the case this time round though, because De Brosses had a nightmare. You can see that gap has gone between them. Okay, so Daniels definitely to the front of this one. 10 in a 5.18 is predicted. I'd love to be able to tell you where that puts them in the round. I think overall, with the score that will get them on their predicted time, De Brosses is looking 32nd overall, and Daniels is looking 31st. That's what it seems like. So, what's that? First and second in the D at the moment with these results from these two. Let's see, keep them there. Oh dear. And Daniels is over. De Brosses is going to take up the front of the pack again. So we'll see as they cross the line. Let's get Daniels over the line. Oh, that's if he gets over the line. No. I shouldn't laugh, but that was funny. Okay, so double round and over the bridge, and we'll see just how far those just pop back into second. So flick forward a few cars, and we'll pick up the yellow one that's just gone round the switchback set. So second one of those two, I think that is De Brosses. Yeah, it is. Oh, look at that for a move. Let's just pop back and see if we can catch that one. So over, no messing, adjust the car, and boom. Thank you very much. You're not going to move yourself. I'll jump over the top of you, says De Brosses. Okay, triple single. Pushes up to the wall of death. Roller, doubles it. Oh, caught a nasty little belly slapper on the top of the second double. Nobody wants a slap belly, do they, Matt?
Well, I don't know about nobody.
I'm pretty sure nobody here. Well, that's a silly thing to say. Who knows, eh? There might be some belly slappers out there. Or slappies.
Dogs like a good rub and a tickle on the belly, don't they?
I was going to say, they don't like a slap on the belly, though. Not that I've slapped a dog on the belly before to find out, but maybe they do. Let us know at home. If you've slapped a dog on the belly and enjoyed it, please tell us on the feed. Okay. Single double for De Brosses. Now, there's been all kinds of mayhem behind De Brosses here, because now 10 seconds clear of Daniels back in the second spot. So we're going to stick with De Brosses because we're right at the end of this one. So as the line is crossed for the 10th lap, so 10 in a 5.16 for De Brosses there. Almost bang on the predicted time, actually. You see what Daniels does? Should be coming over any second. There we go. 10 in a 5.26, so bang on 10 seconds behind De Brosses. Loic Didier rounds this one up third, so 9 in a 5.15, 9 in a 5.22 for Fensk. Bowden does 9 in a 5.26. Kenny Arts 9 in a 27. 8 in a 5.03 for Clays. Hertgen 8 in a 5.04 and a 5.07. With just the 7 laps for one of the favourites out there, Miklos Sabados. Now that guy's not 1.6. He doesn't need a stool. Let's have a look when he steps off. Is he below the sticker? Miles above. He's about 4 feet above that sticker.
Towering above it.
He had to bend down.
He's going to give himself a crick in the neck trying to see under the rain visor.
We have one more heat to go before that's it for qualifying. That's the qualifying for the Euros over this year, Matt. One more heat, 5 minutes of time, done.
Flown by.
In the bank. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do for the rest of the year. You're just going to pack me up in that box and put me back in the cupboard, I guess, until the next Euros, right?
Yeah.
Wicked.
Yeah.
I love
Keep
my
you
box.
in a big cello case. And
Love
ship
my
you out
case.
like Carlos Gomes.
Can you put me in a warmer cupboard this year?
Yeah, I can put you in the airing cupboard if you want.
Airing cupboard's great. I can hibernate in there.
Sacco 260's sprocket definitely does not like a belly slap.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. No more dog belly slapping. Nick Damon will be having puppies. There's a dog. Yeah, there's a dog here somewhere.
Is there?
I should find it and slap it on the belly.
I wouldn't.
Let's not do that. Because we're going to like some ADRS PCA or something is going to be on to us soon if we keep talking about that.
Ben Johnson says any jobs going at RCTV. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, there is.
What's your talent area? Ben,
Commentating.
what's your area of... Oh, really?
I don't know. Hopefully, talented at all things. We need those.
But yeah, let us know what you can offer. The doors are always open. We're always looking for more people to join the team. Always.
Sorry, I'm getting hammered by those irritating flies that even though they've landed on you once and you've gone, dude, that's really annoying, get off me, they just keep coming back and landing on different bits of you. Oh,
I think it's a game.
Okay then. What about the elbow? Ear okay for you? Okay, off we go. Follow the first one off, please. Wonder Jim. That is the 7 of Bruno Vea. So we'll see what Vea's got. Hoping to affect the top 10. Unlikely, but hoping to. Okay. Yeah, well, there's that. Roller. Single. Ooh, does a double at the end. So, probably a 32, you reckon? Let's have a look. Oh, 34. Well out. Well out. Hush my mouth. Tim Donk takes it up, though, with a 32.9. Hang on a minute, because that must mean Vea did... Oh, yeah, 34. Of course he did a 34, not 32. It was me that thought it was a 32. So we'll keep with Vea for a mo. Round the wall of death. Ooh, cut that tight on the pipe down. Now, that looked like a bit of a dodgy line into the doubles, but it actually worked out pretty well. So, the car behind, I think... that's Robert Scar, the car behind. So, flick onto Scar, the one behind. Or, yeah, I mean, keep them both in if you want, but Scar's the one that has got a bit of a turn of pace. So, we'll stick with Scar. Even though Tim Donk is leading this one, you can see how much Robert Scar's closed the gap onto Bruno Vea there, although saying that, it looks like it's opened up a little bit. So either Vea's had a blinder of a lap. No. Scar decides not to go over the doubles cleanly either. So there's Vea. There's Scar. Pretty much bang on the same time. So 3 and a 1:42 for both of them. Martin's up there. And Donk had a bit of a smelly old lap and is knocked down into the 3 spot. So we will stick with Scar, although I've got a funny feeling this time round it's going to be Vea at the front. I think that oh no, not with the double, not with the two singles. So this is definitely going to be Scar. Now Vea had a nice gap there, right up until the point that went for the single rather than the that fly. Went for the double at the end, and you could just see the gap just vanished, absolutely vanished. So you can see it's starting to build up a little bit there. Both of them on the wall ride. Double doubles for both this time round. So no time lost there, but it's definitely Scar that is quicker over the double doubles. Now, it's, what is that, about 0.4 of a second between them. So both done 5 laps, both in 2:48. 2:48.3 for Scar, 2:48.79 for Vea. Oh, and Scar's had a nightmare. That's going to put Vea back to the front of the pack on this one. That's probably cost at least a second and a half. It was a half crash, not a full one. And we know that the full crashes cost about 3 seconds on this track. So there you go, 3:22.4 compared to a 3:21.6. Okay, so flick back forwards then onto Vea again. There we go. That is the right one, lovely. So Vea, going to want to keep it on its wheels. Of course. Over the bridge. Had to just back out of the first corner. A lovely drive out the bottom hairpin. Pushes for the double and has a bit of a tumble. We'll just have a look at that again. Comes over for that double. And you see the car was all over the place in the air. Turned to the side and game over. So let's see what that does as we come past the line, because that should have put Robert Scar, unless Scar's had and another one for Vea. So there's Scar's gone past. So Scar is now ahead on track. So stick with Scar. There you go, 2 seconds now. So those 2 crashes from Vea have absolutely lost any lead and put them way behind. So triple, single, lovely through there, a little bit on the 2 wheels, but held it. Yeah, not too bad. Goes past the crash car on the exit, which would have ruined your eye line. Oh, single. So these 2 tripping over each other a little bit, but trying to work together as best that they can. Scar thought better of holding that line up anymore, has let Vea back through. Tim Donk is currently leading this one, though, only just by 0.2 of a second, so it's going to be to the line. Oh, hang on a minute. What am I talking about? It's not going to be to the line. These have already finished. I'm commentating on stuff that's already gone. Watching the blooming clock on the screen again, Matt. I don't want this qualifying to ever be over. Not ever.
Don't blame you.
Tim Donk takes it. 9 and a 5:02 from Robert Scar. 9 and a 5:02. Like 0.2 of a second in it at the end. We were almost following the right one. Almost. What can you do about that, eh? Well, that's it. Qualifying over. There is no more qualifying to be done at the 4-wheel drive Euros. Your TQ, Michal Orlowski, however you want to call it, say it. He doesn't mind either, we know that.
There you go.
Thriller of a qualifying session. The thrills and spills of outdoor racing, the drama. And there's your top 10. So Orlowski secures TQ at the EFRA 1/10th Buggy Euros for 2023 here at the Rayco 2000 track in Utrecht in the Netherlands. Kerup, defending 4-wheel drive European champion, rolls in second overall. Jon Newman takes the 3rd spot on the podium, on the grid. Sorry, we're not into podiums yet. Mika Widmeyer 4th. Dan Kobovic 5th. And we've got Bruno Quao. Happy with his 6th overall? We'll see. Barak Kilik, double A main. And then we've got Davide Ongaro, our only Italian. Young Noah Ben Mohamed from France in the 9. And rounding out the top 10, we mentioned him when Bruno was here, but that will be Martin Bayer. There you go. So, what do you want to do now, Matt? Because qualifying's over.
It's over, and we've got the pregnant pause of an hour and 40-ish until finals get underway. So, go to a quick ad break. Then, should we take in the pit walk? Should we take in the full pit walk?
Which I mean, that's a big old pit walk. So if you guys want to watch that out there, and it is, I don't mean to blow my own trumpet, and I'm not trying to. There's loads of good questions in there. We speak to loads of people around the pits. If you've got a bit of time to sit and watch this one, well worth it. Well worth it.
Let's just get it on then.
Let's do it.
Quick advert, straight into the pit walk, and we will see you after that, either on this stream or on the final stream. We'll play it by ear, depending on the rain, the weather, the timetable, and everything else. All the other plates we have to spin. See you in a bit.
Okay, then welcome to the EFRA European 1/10th Off-Road Championships for 2023. We're here at the Rayco 2000 facility in Utrecht, just out in the Netherlands. And we're going to do a quick pit walk for all of you guys and girls out there watching, just to try and get to know the teams a little bit better, a few of the players that are in the pits. We'll take a walk down now. You can see next to me here the lead up to the rostrum. This is where all the drivers are waiting before they go on to do their 5-minute runs, depending on whether it's practice qualifying or finals, of course. But we're going to have a quick wander down through the pits. See a young man there that's ducking out of our way. That would be Noah Ben Mohamed there, that's just ducked in and tried to escape the pit camera. He's not going to escape, though. I know where he's gone, and we'll catch up with him in a minute. So what we'll do, we'll start off at the very bottom end of the pits. I think it's Freddie Russell coming past us. How you doing, Freddie? You all right? Good man. I'll catch up with you in a bit, all right? I know he's busy, that's why I've cut that one short. I just wanted to say hello whilst he walked past us. But like I say, we'll start down at the bottom end. You can see the pits behind me here. That's one section of the pits. We've got another section down here. And, of course, everybody else pitting in the middle. It's been a good event so far. Thrills and spills, everybody finding the track a challenge. I think a challenge is the polite way of putting it for some of the racers out there. It's been a tough two-wheel drive event for a lot of these guys. And I think what they're hoping for is that the four-wheel drive portion gives them a chance to really give the cars a bit of a blast around the track, because we like to see them all smiling when they come off the rostrum. And I think after yesterday, quite a few of them had a tough day. Even the guys in the A final were feeling hard done by. So it's a difficult one to manage for all of the racers out there. But four-wheel drive, we're hoping, is going to be a enjoyable event for everybody. But here we go. Here's the other section of the pits. You can see the Halls, Neil, Ben Smith, Martin Owen, Emperor of Everything's down here. There's Dan and Duncan Pole over there. We'll have a quick wander around. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll have a quick 2 minutes with Will White from Raceway 1. How you doing, Will?
How are you, Guppy?
I am tremendous, mate. Absolutely tremendous. That's all right. We'll come over here whilst you suck those bits out your teeth. How's it going? How's the four-wheel drive?
Absolutely disastrous.
Really?
Yeah, I'm trying to be upbeat and positive, but it's not happening. It's not happening. But things are getting better. I think I'm not dead last. I might be second last now, you know. But we're getting there slowly.
Second last is the first winner, right?
There's only one winner. There's only one winner. I've been in it a few times, not at this level, but I've been in it a few times. But nothing worse than coming second.
Man. How are you feeling out there with the four-wheel drive, though? Is it more comfortable than the two-wheel drive? Is it more of a challenge, less of a challenge? How's the track running?
I was about to say I've made a tactical error, but actually it wasn't even a tactic. It was just a big error. I've come here with a brand new chassis from a manufacturer that I've never run before. Okay. And it had never even had one single battery pack put through before I arrived here. That might have been a mistake, but we'll see. But anyway, look.
The beginner error, eh?
Yeah, it's a beginner's error. I haven't been doing this 30 years. You know? But anyway, we're having fun. We had a great informal A final on the track here behind you last night, and there's a load of the top drivers going karting tonight, which I've been invited to. So we're having a great time.
Excellent, sounds good.
Maybe not the best of driving, best performance, but the time is good.
Brilliant. And did you? I take it you recorded that final on the track last night. Is it on the Raceway One website?
Go on to YouTube, onto Race One's YouTube channel. You'll see it there, listed under the Euros 2023. It's there.
Excellent stuff. Okay, we'll let you get that one out.
So it's there. It was a bit of fun. The camera work isn't great because I was mostly laughing and marshalling, but you get the idea. It was just people letting their hair down at the end of two-wheel drive. It was fantastic.
Excellent. I'm glad it G'd everybody up, to be honest. It sounded like an awesome time. And we were over there waiting for you guys to finish, not knowing it was over here. So we're all over at the ceremony waiting for everyone to come over.
Until the first time I heard it called was when he was like, "That's it. If you don't come, this isn't happening." So we were like, "Oh, better go."
Nice. Well, it's a pleasure as always. I'm glad you've come up. It's lovely to see you as it always is at these events. So come and see us at any point, and we'll have a chat in the cabin when we go live again. Yeah, all right, we'll avoid that one. Thanks, bud. Okay, if we take a walk up the next aisle, I think that's Jolan de Weird at the end. It is. Let's see if we can catch him. Oh, there's some nervous faces. He's the man I'm after. Jolan, how you doing?
I'm fine. How about you?
I'm really good, thank you. How's the weekend going for? How's the week going for you?
A bit difficult, but fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having fun.
At least someone's having fun, right?
Of course.
How are you finding is the track good or track hard, or what's the best bit so far out there?
Track is difficult, but although it's difficult, I'm still enjoying it.
Okay, and your finals looked good yesterday. How did you end up?
Ended 40 seconds with some mistakes, but the pace was there in the end, but not how I expected it to be.
So where did you think you were going to finish in the end?
I expected to be like around D main, maybe with some luck in the C main, but it was at E main after all. So.
And prediction for the four-wheel drive, where do you think you're going to end up in that A final?
Definitely not, but I hope to be close to closer to be like a B main or something, because four-wheel drive suits me better. But we'll see.
I think a lot of guys out there are hoping for the same thing. But thanks for your time. Best of luck out there. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Sorry, I'm going to duck out. Okay, let's keep going. You can see these guys have got a timing screen up there so they can keep an eye on what's going on. We'll have a quick walk around. There's Noah Ben Mohammed. Look, he saw us again and he's scarpered. There he is. We'll have him in a minute. We're going to get him. It sounds terrible saying that we're going to get him, but get him for a chat for sure. Let's have a quick look up here. You can see all of these guys doing plenty of work on the cars. Lots and lots going on in the pit. Okay, hold on. How you doing, man?
Yeah, good. And you?
You enjoying it?
Yeah, it's a pretty good day.
How's the car going?
The car feels good, the track feels good, and we try a lot of things on the car. Yeah.
Any big changes?
Sorry?
Any big sort of changes on the car?
Yeah, like the differential, the shock oil, and everything like that.
And for tomorrow, a full rebuild for the rain, right?
Yeah, like the two-wheel drive.
It is coming. Thanks, man. I'll catch you soon. Okay, we'll keep going around in here. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go and annoy Lee Martin for a minute, because he ignored us a minute ago for an interview, did Lee? We'll skip past Mick and Neil because they look really busy. We'll come back to them. Thanks, Neil. And we're gonna annoy Lee because he doesn't look like he's doing loads and loads of work on his car or anything. He looks like he's got tons of time to speak to us.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm alright, mate. You?
Yeah, all the better for seeing you. How's it going out there?
Yeah, it's alright. Trying lots of different things. Started off okay, went backwards, trying now to go forwards again. So yeah, not too bad.
It looks good though. The car looks good out there.
Yeah, it's alright, mate. It's still a tough track. Hasn't changed, unfortunately. They just added a big wall in the way. So yeah, we get to avoid one triangle jump, but we've got a wall instead. So yeah.
But that triangle weird step over thing was a bit of a funny one, right?
Yeah, it's an improvement. Yeah.
And I mean, I know two-wheel drive was work. It was hard work. But did you enjoy the racing when it came to the finals, or was that just as hard?
It was just as hard, to be honest. I think it was a tough 3 days for a lot of people. You could definitely tell who'd put in the time, and fair play to them. Their cars were good from the start, and they were very confident on a track that was very difficult. So that was a massive thing. We never really caught up. Gave myself a shot on day 3 of making the main, missed it by a point in the end. So I'm unhappy, obviously, but I know that we really needed to put the work in before this event, and unfortunately I couldn't get out here with all the races we have on in the UK at the moment. So unfortunate, but we'll come back stronger next year.
Absolutely. It's been a busy calendar for you guys, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been full on. All the nationals seem to have been crammed into the first half of the year, with the Worlds and stuff happening later in the year. It's like 8th scale and 10th scale nationals are already almost at the end of them. And we're only in July still. So yeah, it's been pretty mad, pretty intense.
Yeah, everyone's trying to cram them in. That's the thing, aren't they? You've got to make the most of the weather whilst it's about. And I think sometimes those calendars don't just match up.
No, it's been hard. I think we need to properly look at what we're doing and whether we have too many national races now. If you do 2 classes, that's 11 weekends. Like Friday to Sunday night weekends gone before you think about anything else. So I mean, maybe it's time we consider doing maybe 4 rounds of a national series instead of 6. Just
four with 4 to count, eh?
Well, 4 with 3 to count or whatever. I think would be good, and have 1 south, 2 in the middle, 1 up north, or something like that.
Well, the right man to speak to is here somewhere.
Yeah, over there. I have to buy him a few beers.
Yeah, too right.
Maybe I can get, backhand it.
And maybe if you row him over to his hotel across the river tonight, he might give you one.
Yeah, I'll get a jet ski.
Yeah, too right. All right, mate. Nice to catch up with you as always. Good luck for the 4-wheel drive.
No problem.
Thanks, bud. Oh, look, he avoided us at Robin Hood. He tried to escape us at Robin Hood. Anyway, we did catch him briefly at the pizza making parlour. But Eugene Galley, how you doing?
Not bad.
Enjoying the 4-wheel drive a bit more than the 2?
Yes.
What's the best bit about the 4-wheel drive then that you're enjoying more?
It's a bit easier to make the jumps with the 4-wheel drive.
I thought it would be. Up until tomorrow when the rain comes, though, eh?
Yes, and we can rebuild the car again. Yes.
And the car's working for you though. You're happy with it? Any? I see you're changing some springs there.
Yeah, just a few changes.
Just minor ones though, yeah.
Yes.
And then the full rebuild tonight. So no pub.
I don't know. I think we'll do it in the morning.
Okay, mate. Nice one. I'll leave you to it. Thanks, mate. Okay. Right. Look, I think just over there is Duncan and Daniel Pole. So before Dan goes off, let's see if we can catch him for a couple of seconds. Okay, let's see if we can get Dunk and Dan. I'll tell you what. Let's just slide out the back here, because that's how we do it. I'm coming to you. Don't you worry. I've seen you looking out the corner of your eye. I'm going to get this young man first, though. Daniel Pole and Duncan Pole, of course. How are you two doing?
Doing great.
Great, yeah.
I'm feeling a bit sleepy, though. It's catching up.
You always look a bit sleepy. That's nothing new.
Yeah, it's true. But it's been pretty heavy going the last 3 days. We were searching for that perfect setup, and it seemed elusive, but we had a good day, didn't we? And a really tricky track. So
it looked tricky. It looked work for you guys. It's super entertaining for us to watch. And your overtake on the doubles yesterday in the final was absolutely inspired. How do you feel when you pulled that one off?
Oh, I felt like, they're going to enjoy that a lot, aren't they? And it just felt good, you know.
And had you, because a few people had said you kind of lined it up from a corner before. Was it just the moment of, oh my God, I got to go for it, or did you plan that one in?
To be honest, I just went for it. That was my line normally. I normally go tight inside, so I don't go all the way wide out. So normally in the inside to get that hairpin right. So I think that was also a line, and I just wanted to send it, go for it and overtake.
And send it, you certainly did. And that was an awesome final. I mean, I know the two-wheel drive was tough. I know in the UK camp especially, everybody was feeling a little bit flustered, let's say. But did you enjoy your sub-A final on the on-road track? Did that bring everyone back up?
Oh yeah, that was good fun. We didn't have great tyres, so it was a bit slippy, but it was great fun.
And how much in the way of repairs have you got to do to the two-wheel drive after that now?
No repairs. No.
Oh, hang on. How many repairs have you got to do?
I think there's a few. Yeah.
And that's the difference. There you go. So confident for four-wheel drive?
Yeah, car feels good so far, so looking forward to it.
And the wall ride's not too scary, right?
No, sometimes I go a bit off, but it's fine.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
One thing that we miss a lot in the UK, we don't have so many jumps. So this track is all about the jumps, and it's hard. So the more practice we get with jumps, the better. And I think we'll learn a lot from this event.
Yeah, and you never know, might spur a few UK jump tracks on to just increase the height of their jumps a little bit, eh?
Exactly. Yeah. But not too difficult though.
Okay, mate. Thanks, lads. It's been great to speak to you. Good luck for the event. Well. And right next to young Duncan Pole, we've got James Hall.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good.
I mean, the car looks like it's kind of not ready yet.
I mean, it's not right now, but luckily we have a couple of heats until I'm on, so we should be okay. But, I'm just kind of, because it's still practice day, the car, it kind of feels, we're kind of doing averagely at the minute, like not amazing, not terrible. So we're just, so we're just messing with things to try and make it, awesome. So, yeah.
Frantically spannering.
Frantically spannering indeed, yeah.
So what's the kind of biggest change you guys are making at the moment then to cope with what's out there? Because we know tomorrow's going to be different after about midday. So what are you kind of doing at the moment to make the car a bit easier to drive?
We're kind of just trying to soften it off in quite a few different ways, because just the way that the bumps are, and we're not allowed to glue the sidewalls as well. With the car being too stiff and digging itself in, it's just trying to flip over. Yeah. So even though it's slippy in some corners, in others it's quite edgy at the same time. So we're kind of just trying to calm it down.
And do you think that edginess comes from the bumpiness of the surface, or is that just on certain parts there's just a bit more grip?
Yeah, no, I think it is. It's definitely the bumps. I think if you had that track and it was flat, it wouldn't be an issue. But the bumps are just very large. So as you're kind of coming down the other side, and they're all in places you're trying to brake as well. You're trying to brake and hitting bumps, and it's just trying to flick it over. So
yeah, and it's just a nightmare in a four-wheel drive, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we're just trying to make it a bit more stable, so we can push it. Yeah. And if it wasn't practice, we'd probably be leaving it, but we may as well try something, because you never know. So there we go.
And predictions for it then? Where do you think you sort of place in at the moment compared to everyone else? Are you looking at A's, B's?
At the minute, I'd say we're kind of somewhere in the B final at the minute. So obviously we want to make the A, so that's why we're still messing with it, just because it feels good, but the times are just a little bit off. So that's why we're still just messing around. And yeah, probably mid B at the minute, but we really hope to make the A.
Awesome. Good luck for it, bud. We'll be watching. All right. Come and see us tomorrow. All right.
Yeah. Cheers.
I'm going to leave you to it, Graham, because you look absolutely busy. But just say hello to everyone for us.
Oh yeah.
There you go. I'll leave you to it, bud. He's doing too much. I'm not going to disturb him there. And Mick's ran off, so we'll leave them to it. But what we will do is we'll come and have a seat with the General just for a minute, because we're on the pit walk. I know we've had a chat to him already, but hey, we've also got Ben Smith And we got Tommy Hall here.
Yeah,
Are you fraternising with the Schumacher drivers? Are you now?
We're just signing a contract with Ben, actually, aren't we? So he's just reading the details, and then we're going to get pen to paper in a minute.
Hang on a minute. I think my phone's already. I think that's Muzz. I think Muzz is calling me already.
Just shake my hand.
Get it on camera, quick. Wow, he refused the general's hand. Who does that? So it's good. It's good. Is everybody cheered up a bit now?
Kind of. It's struggle time for the four-wheel drive. So from our perspective, we've got a couple of guys that are doing okay. Marcus is pretty quick, actually, but Ungaro's kind of building pace, but the rest of them are struggling a little bit with the direction to go with the car. We think we've got it figured out, and then it just bites us back, and we're not in a comfortable spot. So just trying to figure out what to do, really. They're wrenching their butts off. So I'm not sure if the Brits in general are doing okay in the four-wheel drive. I think it's still a bit of a struggle for them.
Well, everybody seems to be cheered up just a little bit from what I've seen. I'm hoping that we see some smiling faces up on the rostrum out there and a bit more fun for the four-wheel drive, because I know everybody was feeling a bit battered after two-wheel drive. So hopefully we can cheer them on. Hopefully the finals yesterday lifted everybody up, and obviously the on-road ones are getting a lot of attention, aren't they?
Well, that's planned again for, I'm not sure when it's planned for, but there's going to be a four-wheel drive version of the Demolition Derby. But if the rain comes tomorrow, then it will be some glum faces, won't it? But and then again, what do we do with the setups? And I know Tommy and Jamie came when it was wet for the warm-up race, so maybe they've got a little bit of a idea, but there's going to be a lot of guesswork, and that could pull them back into the window of being competitive. But right now they're just kind of trying to figure a few things out, loading the shotgun a little bit with what they're testing, trying to kind of sprout off in a few different directions. But it's always a stress just trying to get that car, especially when you kind of get lost in actually what you're looking for. So, and then the panic sets in because the number of practice sessions are running low, and
you've done changes on top of changes on top of changes.
Yeah, so you do get lost inevitably when this happens. You end up at the starting setup and say that's the best one, but you've wasted all that time getting there. And
what you should have been doing is getting used to the car.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, like, obviously guys like Neil and stuff haven't been here and run, so it's really challenging there's only a few guys that look good out there that haven't actually been and done the warm-up race or any kind of length of testing. Again, lends itself to the fact that we shouldn't be running on tracks that are laid out for people to do a million laps, really. I think, warm-up should be a fresh track. Warm-up should be the same as what we go for the main event, and it shouldn't be run on between them two in the same configuration or anywhere close, to be honest. Just leave it fresh, leave it, for the guys to kind of all figure out together rather than some people coming in so well prepared. I don't blame the guys for putting the effort in. Credit to them, they deserve it, but it just adds an element that you don't necessarily need. It's already difficult enough. So yeah.
RC racing's hard, right?
It is very hard for these guys. And this is what I don't miss, the stress of getting lost in the setups and what to do, and then the tension that comes with that as well, the frustrations that start to build. It's a melting pot for tension. In certain places of the pits, it gets a little bit hot and tense.
What do you think? I've sat this side of the camera now.
I know, it's bad enough watching, actually, isn't it? But to see it brewing, it's like, I just take myself away from the bad spots, the hot spots, and try and stay away from that and keep people calm. But I think in general the guys are happy. It's just that the track's so difficult.
Yeah, that's it. Well, do your best to keep them smiling. I'm going to grab a word with Tommy and Ben quickly.
I'm really not looking forward to that, but I'd like to see it happen.
Yeah, I'm going to go and squeeze them. Yeah, we'll grab them in a minute. We'll grab them in a minute. The plan is to get a few in on the live feed as well. So that's the General again. We had a quick chat with him earlier. If you stay around that side, I'm going to come and squeeze down in between these two. I'm going in between you here, look. I'm going in between. You're going to make me bend down with my old man knees. How old do I look now in between these two? What's that about? Okay, so Ben Smith, Tommy Hall. Tommy, national champion this year, I believe.
Yeah.
How's that feel?
It's pretty nice. It's not bad. We'll take it.
But you've got someone pretty hot on your heels, right? Because I think, Ben, you've had some pretty smashing results lately, haven't you?
Yeah, I'd like to say I gave him a run for his money at the last round, but to be honest, two-wheel drive, he's been good. I think it's between him and Neil going into the last round, but yeah, it's good to see.
And if you had to put a fiver on Tommy or Neil, who would it be on?
That's tough. Yeah, I'll go with Tommy, only because he's there. It's fine. I'll go for Tommy. The underdog. Oh, my God.
Tommy's the underdog. Right? Wow. God, okay. And how are you feeling with the four-wheel drive out there? I know two-wheel drive was a struggle for everyone, but how's the four-wheel drive going?
Yeah, not making much progress, but hopefully in the next few we can see some steps. But it is what it is. We'll keep working, and hopefully by quality we get it sorted.
Yeah, I see Dad doing plenty of work on the car over there. He's got the face of concentration on him, right?
He's flat out changing everything, testing stuff.
Does some work for you two, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, he's a hero, so very useful.
Yeah, indeed. And what about you, Ben? How's Dad getting on with your car?
He's been working hard, bless him, but I think we're getting on all right at the minute. We're a bit steady, but I can kind of go round clean, or clean-ish for this track. It's difficult, but yeah, it's definitely better than two-wheel.
Clean's like sub 10 crashes over 5 minutes, right?
Mate, it's like literally impossible not to crash, I can't lie. It's like, I don't think of it as a possibility.
And any sort of major changes for you on the car? Because I see Michael's got a towel over the front of his car in the pits over there.
Yeah, I ain't special enough to get them bits. We'll keep with the standard parts. That'll do for me. It seems all right for me. No, we're keeping it the same. I'm just trying to get used to the track more because it feels a lot different to drive with four-wheel drive because a lot more power. Because two-wheel drive was you kind of hit the jump full throttle and you just clear it. As four-wheel drive, you've got to be a lot more careful how much power you're putting on and stuff. So just trying to get used to that more than anything.
So we had Martin Owen in for a chat yesterday, and he said he put a 5.5 in his two-wheel drive. Are you anywhere near that?
Yeah, we had 5.5 in two-wheel, just for the pure punch out of the corner. Turn the end bell up, you got to crank it up because the jumps they don't, especially from the Russian, they look really small, and then you just go at it and then you just case it, and you just need that drive to get over them.
And what about you, Tommy? Were you running anything special in the motor department, or sort of fairly standard sixes for you?
We're standard stuff, 6.0. We're not animals like the other guys, so yeah, we just had it normal.
Is that the requirement for the Schumacher team? You just got to be a bit of an animal.
I think that's it. You got to be a bit of a wild guy to be putting a 5.5 in on a track like that. So, yeah.
Chaps, it's been awesome to catch up with you. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck for the four-wheel drive, and if you're about whilst we're on the air, come on in if you get 5 minutes. I'm sure everyone else would love to hear from you as well. Thanks, both. Okay, two young, extremely talented chaps right there. We're going to get a word with the Holdsworth brothers whilst we're over here. And there's Drescher trying to get some more camera time. Luke, Josh, how are you guys doing? Hold on a minute, we'll try and squeeze in. Oh dear, I forced him out the way. That's going to land me in trouble, right? I'm not popular already.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. You?
We're getting there. Getting a bit quicker now, so.
Two-wheel drive was a struggle though, eh?
Yeah, very. Couldn't get used to the track because all the Europeans have done 300 laps. So.
Well, we're not used to the jumps and quite so many bumps in the UK, but I know two-wheel drive was tough. Everybody had a tough time out there. But are you feeling more confident with the four-wheel drives?
Yeah, I think we started better with four-wheel anyway. We've done some laps around the track, so the car seems okay. We've done more work than we needed to with two-wheel. But yeah, we'll have to see how we are in seeding and then see how we do in qualifying.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Any major changes for today, or are you kind of leaving it fairly standard? Because we know the rain's coming tomorrow, right?
Yeah. We changed our drivetrain for today. Some other things, put a lot of weight in it for all these bumps and stuff. So.
Yeah. And the weight's just helping to kind of keep it down and keep it a bit more sort of steady out there.
Yeah, we found with with two-wheel it weren't too bad over the bumps. It was a bit more forgiving, but with four-wheel it was throwing us off on the jumps up to the back section and stuff. So
I got you. What's the kind of tricky bit of the track on four-wheel drive then? I know the rhythm sections were difficult with the two-wheel drive. Are you any particular bits out there that you guys are struggling with on the fours, or is it just sort of the sharper corners?
I mean, the jumps, the single, double and everything in four-wheel's a lot easier, because it's easy to clear it now. Coming off the wall of death into that kicker and then the double it's okay, as long as you just have to slow down, because you come off at such a speed that you will hit the kicker too hard, and then
We got told, Bruno said you can overshoot this one though with the forward drive. It's a bit easier if you land on the flat. Are you finding that as well?
Yeah, so if you overshoot the first double, then you don't get the second double. So you have to brake for the kicker, power for the double, and then brake for the next double. So
that's too much for me. I need just a runner jumps with a constant speed over it, and I'm all right. But the whole braking and going in between, that's what counts me out of these. But you guys look confident out there anyway. And what's the changes you're doing at the moment?
I'm changing my pin height on the rear. It's not very interesting.
I don't know. For some of the racers out there, they want to know why you're changing the pin height on the rear. What's it going to do to the car, and how's it going to help you out there?
It should give me a bit more roll in the corner.
Okay.
Hopefully, and maybe give me some more on-power steering, and just over the bumps help, I think.
Okay. And what you're sort of aiming for with the finals? Are you looking at getting into the A, or are you kind of pointing yourself towards the B or C's, or where's your goal in this one?
I mean, after yesterday, I wanted to make the A, but I don't think it was realistic, so I settled on the B final and hopefully get another B final in four-wheel drive, I think.
Awesome stuff. Don't count yourself out. You know, this one's a new day, so start yourself fresh and go at it as hard as you can. Lads, awesome to catch up with you two. If you get a chance to see us on the live feed, come on in and say hello. Take it easy. Cheers. Alrighty. There you go. One section of the pits done. I'm hoping there wasn't anybody in there that wanted to talk to us that we haven't talked to. I've left Mick, because Mick's promised he's going to come in and have a chat with us on the live feed. We only ever get to speak to him at the Euros, you see. He actually just gave me a look as we walked away then to say, well done for not coming in. But we love Mick. We love Mick, Cragg and Neil. So we'll get them eventually. Look who we've got here. Who's this coming towards us? I can't have you. Why can't I have you? I've already spoken to them. No, they got us. Okay. Are you having a good time though?
I'm having a wonderful time. It's a reset from two-wheel drive back onto four-wheel drive, and just work hard and try and get the job done. Really.
That's exactly what I've been saying to people. We've got a few glum faces in there still. Go and G 'em up, get them ready for this four-wheel drive.
It's going to be good. Thank you. You have a good day too.
Always do. Thanks, bud. Okay. Quick word with Trish as we grabbed him on the way through there. He is a busy guy, so you know, we try and leave them if they're busy. They got a lot of work to do here. It's a lot of involvement to get these cars right, and they put a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of effort into to being here. So we like to, as well as get in their face a little bit, we do like to kind of give them a bit of space as well to make sure that they're getting the best out of the weekend. We want happy racers to speak to. Let's pop on in these pits for a minute. So you can see we'll just duck our heads through. So I'm not going to speak too loud, because up above me there, that's where the drivers are. And you can see this is probably looks a bit bigger here actually than it does on the camera normally, but this is where they're going to pull in and pull off at the start and finish of each race. And of course you can see the marshals and everybody else out there as well, but we'll leave these guys because I don't want to disturb anybody up on the rostrum. And let's have a little wander down through some of the lanes of the pits and see if we can pick up a few of the drivers to speak to. We'll start, I think Michael's done a runner. He's already spoken to us. There's the Loughton backs there. How you doing, Daniel Kovac? You all right?
I'm all right. Yes, really good actually.
Yeah. How's the four-wheel drive going?
Quite good so far. Every practice has been really good, and trying some small stuff all the time now. Since I'm up there. It's good.
Good, and easier than two-wheel drive, yeah?
Yeah, it is.
Any major sort of changes you're doing on the car at all? I mean, you look like you're doing a lot less work than I've seen some people do with the cars all in bits all over the table at the moment. You look fairly relaxed compared to some of them. Is it going that well?
Yeah, the car is working well, and only some small changes on the shocks and some angles, and then try to improve a little bit each time.
So you're preferring the wall ride to the little triangle kicker jump?
Yeah, the wall ride is much fun.
Yeah, it's awesome, right?
Yeah.
And what's the aim for you? Sort of A? You think you'd make the A, or are you not confident for that yet?
Same as two-wheel, so like first to make the main, then top 5, then top 3, and then win. We'll see how it goes.
And do you think you got a chance of going for the win? Because we've had a few of the drivers sort of give some different names for the win on this one. I mean, we've had Quao put up there. I think we've had Orlowski put up there. Numa put up there. Do you think you've got a chance of really going for it this weekend?
I mean, I've been really close one time before. But everything needs to be perfect, and I need to have the luck on my side. Of course. But for sure it will be difficult, but the main is the goal to begin with.
Absolutely. Well, we wish you the best of luck to getting into it. Thank you so much for your time. We'll catch up with you soon. Come and see us in the truck if you get a minute between rounds. Barak. Got a minute? Yeah. You doing? So we're with Barak Kilik, of course, from Yokomo. How's it going out there?
Yesterday the race was good. I finished in the two-wheel P5, and I didn't expect this at all. And today we have the four-wheel drive and doing good. And
Well, the car looked great yesterday. To be honest, it looked really good going out. Were you confident with it?
Yeah, I was super happy with the car, and actually the setup also was super good. Sasha helped me a lot, and was pretty decent.
Yeah, good. It looked like you had every bit of pace to compete with anyone out there. So it's lovely to see, to be honest. What's the feel now with the four-wheel drive? Are you as confident with that?
In the first one I was not so happy, but in the last one I was pretty fast, and the car worked really good, and we will see what happens.
Cool. All right, we'll look forward to seeing you out there. Thank you. See you soon. Ooh, all right, we've got Jonas Cow. Oh, he thought he'd escaped. He thought he'd escaped us. He said after, but we're here. We chased him down. Jesper Rasmussen, how are you doing?
I think it's doing a pretty good job. It's difficult out there. Everybody make mistakes, but I think it's pretty good, I think. When I have been not racing so much off-road the last year, so I think it's pretty good.
Good stuff, good stuff. And the two-wheel drive, obviously, hard for everyone, right? So it's a tough day, but were you happy with the result at the end of it, with it being such a tough track?
I think if there'd been an easier track, like Robin Hood, I think the rest would be a little bit different, but I think it's the same for everybody, so we just need to improve.
Yeah, of course. And any major changes on the four-wheel drive? You don't look like you're doing too much at the moment with it, any sort of change-wise?
Just try to small changes, not something crazy like yesterday in two-wheel, so just try to keep it same, like a home setup, so I hope it'll be good enough.
Yeah, you're looking good out there. I mean, are you confident with it? Do you think you've got a chance of being at the top, fighting for the top this time?
I hope so. It'll be like for B main this time, so I hope that is the goal. So all in or nothing.
Absolutely. All right, nice one. We'll leave you to it. Thank you so much. We'll speak to you soon. So we've already had a chat with our current two-wheel drive, or newly crowned two-wheel drive champion, Marcus Kerup. He's already given us plenty of his time, so we won't disturb him. But what we are going to do is just have a little kneel down with one of the other superstars here, Davide Ongaro. How are you doing, bud?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, yourself?
Very good, thank you. Happy with the car?
Yeah, we are getting better in four-wheel drive. We were good in the two-wheel drive, and then after many laps here, we are getting better, yeah.
You looked absolutely solid out there yesterday in the two-wheel drive. Were you happy with the car in the end?
Yeah, I was super happy, especially without testing for like 3 years. Instead, I have 1.8 program. So yeah, we were super happy also for the P4 that
was good.
Yeah, of course. And now with the four-wheel drive, you don't look like you're taking it apart and stripping it out and changing loads a bit. I take it you're happy with this one?
Yeah, I'm happy. We just changed a few things for the next round of practice, and then we'll see for the seeding one how we go.
Okay. And do you think you can make the A?
I will try to. Yeah.
I like your first answer. I will. Yeah. That's all you need.
Thank you.
Super stuff. Thanks,
Thank
bud. Okay, we've spoken to Bruno. We'll give Bruno a wave because we've already spoken to him. We've said hello, but we'll just say hello whilst we're in the pits. You okay?
All good, yeah.
Yeah, happy with the car?
Yeah, getting better and better.
A couple of people have picked you for the win.
Maybe. I mean, I fought for the last year, so I think it's normal.
Fair enough. All right, look, we won't take up too much time. I've already had a chat. We've got an interview, so thank you, buddy. All right, what we'll do, we'll pop round the other side of the table because we've got Una Hattonham right there. He's trying not to make eye contact with me, but I know he's there. We've got Pekko Ivanen, of course, and we've got the Landons behind. So we'll just have a quick chat with them. You might see if we can get Martin Bayer, and then we'll call it after that, because otherwise everybody's going to be... Everybody's going to be annoyed with me being in the pits. Oh, we don't mind about that. They can be as annoyed as they want. Pekko. Hello.
What up?
What's up with you?
Better in 4WD.
Yeah, I can see the smiles on everyone's face. So four-wheel drive's better, right?
Yeah, much better than 2WD.
How are you coping with the bumps out there in four-wheel drive? I'm told that's the issue. Putting extra weight in the car is what a few people are doing.
Yeah, I have a lot of extra weight on my car, and it seems going better with the bumps every run, so I think it will be better.
Yeah, good. And do you think you can fight for a top spot, or where's your sort of aim today? Is it to get into the A, or you know, what's your kind of aim overall?
I don't know yet. We'll see after these practices, and then I will decide what I want.
Hey, well, as long as you're happy in the wet, because it looks like it's coming tomorrow lunchtime.
Yeah, hopefully it's better than 2WD. I think it's because it's 4WD, so it will be easier. Yeah, at least for me.
Yeah. And how are you feeling about the tyres when it comes to the wet then? Because I mean, obviously on the four-wheel drive, the yellows aren't quite so bad. But would you prefer it if you could switch over to a silver?
Yeah, I would. I haven't done that many laps with the silvers, but when I did, when it was wet, it was much better than the yellows.
Good stuff. Best of luck for it. We'll look forward to catching up with you as we go through.
Thank you.
All right, we'll just grab a quick word with Una whilst we're here. Una's on Facebook. He's obviously looking me up to get a couple of pictures in with me, I'm sure. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. You?
Yeah, good. We've missed you. Where have you been?
I've been in the army and still I am for 2 more months. Then I'm done.
2 months, eh?
Yeah.
How is it? Good?
Not too bad. It's different. It's once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course I missed racing because this is my maybe 3rd time this year on the track. So I know it's been not too much practice for me.
So you weren't too worried about the two-wheel drive results yesterday? You were happy with that, with such a big break in between?
I mean, yeah, I was happy with the speed I had. I was doing the same lap times as the fastest guys, but I know I would have needed more practice to get more consistent on the track. But anyway, 13th, not too bad. Of course, I wanted the A main, but I knew it will be hard with this practice.
And what's the aim for the four-wheel drive? Have you got a target in mind for that? Do you want the A, or are you kind of settling on going, well, if I make the B, I'll be okay? Or
we'll see in the qualifying. For me now, the goal is to make clean runs, because in two-wheel I didn't get any of the good runs in the qualifying. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's my goal, and just to make the car good for me to drive. That's the 2 main goals for me.
How are you feeling with the car at the moment? Are you confident with it going into the four-wheel drive?
It's not too bad. Of course, it could be better, but we have made the changes, and it has always been better in each run. So, I have good hopes for the car. So.
Good stuff. Nice one. Okay, thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Catch up with you soon. Good luck. Oh, look who we've got here. Right, hotel buddies. How are you two doing? Okay.
We're doing okay.
Yeah.
A little bit struggling a bit more with the setup today than yesterday. So.
Well, I mean, your result yesterday, wow. You weren't expecting that, right?
No, maybe not that high. I was aiming for the A main, of course, but 6th place, I didn't dream of it.
So it was an awesome result, and the race was fantastic as well. It was lovely to watch, to be honest. You're not so confident with the four-wheel drive then? Are you making some changes on it, or what's the deal?
Yeah, we didn't start off as good as in two-wheel drive. It was kind of hard to drive it, but it's getting better and better, and hopefully maybe I'm aiming for top 20, and we'll go from there. Top 10 is a bonus, always.
Of course. Any major changes we should know about?
We went from the sleeper to the middle diff now, or mid diff, yeah. It made a car a lot easier to drive, so that was like the main difference.
Good stuff. And you're confident too, right?
Always.
Guys, hopefully we'll see you back at the hotel later for a few drinks. Take it easy. Thank you. Okay. One more, and he looks busy. He looks busy, but I think he's just trying to look busy so that we don't talk to him. How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
Happy?
Yeah, I'm back to four-wheel drive, so finally we can put some power on the ground. So yeah.
Two-wheel drive was a struggle though, yeah?
A little bit, but in the end we found a good setup, but it was quite too late, so...
It's the way it goes sometimes on these weekends.
Yeah, that's racing. I mean, it happens.
Yeah, of course.
We have to learn from these, and we have to go forward and enjoy now four-wheel drive.
And are you using Bruno's setup, or is Bruno using your setup?
He's using my setup.
I
will accept it.
Good, right. Look, always good to speak to you. Please come and see us in the hut if you can, all right? Good luck for it. Okay. I think we have caused more than enough trouble in the four-wheel drive bits of the EFRA 2023 European Buggy Championships. So I'm going to call it there, and we'll see you guys on air soon.
Well, fantastic pit walk there with Matt. And we are looking at the first A main going off at 3:20 local time. So that's almost an hour away. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this stream to bed, and we're going to start again with a final stream about 3:15 local time. And we will be back with you then. Thank you to Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rudog.eu and S-Works. This has been the four-wheel drive, the EFRA four-wheel drive qualifying heats come to a close, and we'll be back on the next stream with the finals. Bye for now.